Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from, and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. We weren't allowed to talk to women. I was born into one of those old families of the South, the kind that has long silence toppled and decayed, attempting desperately to hold itself together. We'd had money once, as evidenced by the grand old buildings that sat on our property, but the old barns and guest houses sat empty and abandoned, choked with cobwebs and weeds and Spanish moss. The forest had begun to reclaim the property. My family was like many others of its kind, a long, winding lineage marked with rape and slavery and pain. But one thing set us apart. There were no women in my family. I had no mother, no sisters or grandmothers. Every member of my family was male. My 5 brothers and I never thought it strange, though. We were uneducated and mostly separated from the outside world. Our days were spent laboring on the decaying property, all of our efforts inevitably useless. When we weren't plucking weeds or clearing out the decades of trash from the various buildings, we played. The quasi-wilderness of our home was a perfect stage for our games. My father was a kind man, but strict. Our self-contained life came with a strange set of rules. There was a chapel on the property, a small white thing half hidden in the woods. It was in better condition than anything else, due to my father's doting care. We were not allowed inside the chapel without him, however. A padlock on the door prevented us from sneaking in. We were, on occasion, allowed to go to town. It was a half-hour walk through the woods to get there, and excursions were highly anticipated. There were conditions, though. We had to stick together, and we weren't allowed to talk to women. We could talk to men and other boys, but my father strictly forbade us from talking to women, girls, even old maids. He instructed us to say hello and good day and yes ma'am and thank you ma'am like good little southern boys. But other than that, not a word. This was weird, of course, but everyone in town seemed to abide by these rules as well. The women would give us curt nods and avoid us otherwise. It was so ingrained into our daily lives that none of us ever questioned it. It wasn't going to work forever, of course. My oldest brother, Jamie, started making eyes at the pretty girl who worked at the drugstore ice cream counter. She made eyes back. Soon, he was sneaking off to be with her during our visits. He would leave my brothers and I at the drugstore or the park, buying our silence with penny candy and ice cream. Jamie's little tryst didn't last long, though. Laszlo, the second youngest, had always been loose-lipped. One day when we came back from town, our father asked us what we did. Jamie snuck off? Laszlo blurted. He always goes and sneaks off to see that ice cream girl. Pa's face grew very pale. He turned to Jamie and seized him by the shoulders. Is that true? He asked in a voice that was much too quiet. You're seeing a girl? The tense silence hung over us. Jamie opened his mouth, closed it. Jamie, come join me on the porch, Pa said icily. My father never hit us, I want to make that clear. But when he was truly angry or upset, he had a way of talking that cut you to the bone, that made you feel like absolute dog shit. When I was really little and got in trouble, I would hide and cry for hours afterwards, consumed by guilt. Jamie and Pa went onto the porch. The rest of us dispersed throughout the house, the happy mood of the day soured. For a couple weeks afterwards, we beat on Lazo especially hard and gave him the worst roles in our games. After that, he mostly kept his mouth shut. Jamie returned with a pale face. He didn't talk to any of us until the morning, where he tried to act like nothing had happened. I caught him alone that day. I tugged on his sleeve and asked him, "What did Pa say to you the other night?" Jamie looked down at me. His face suddenly seemed very old, but he gave me a weak smile and tousled my hair. "Not your business," he said. "Don't worry about it." I wasn't in the habit of displeasing my older brother, so I went along with my life. The next time we went to town, the ice cream girl batted her eyes at Jamie, but he stared straight away from her, and she frowned sadly. She wasn't as nice to us after that. There isn't much else to say of my childhood. It was unique, surely, but we had always lived our lives that way, and I was not the questioning type. Our existence continued rather uneventfully for years. My brothers and I cleaned old houses that would never be occupied, and weeded yards that would never be used. The forest grew in faster than we could pluck. Then came the day when Jamie turned 18. Birthdays were frequent in a family of 7, but turning 18, that was special, according to Pa. On the special day, Pa got us all up early and scrubbed our faces with a spit-wet cloth. He made us put on our best clothes, moth-eaten from disuse. He gave Jamie one of his old suits, and it hung baggy on his thin frame. Then we gathered in the chapel. Inside, the air was still and silent. I remember feeling disappointed at the sight of the perfectly normal interior. I always expected there to be some great terrible secret that my father was guarding. But it was just an old chapel. We sat in the front pew, all in a row. Pa and Jamie hung back at the door. They exchanged some quiet words and then began to walk. They marched arm in arm, staring stiffly ahead. They stepped in time to some silent rhythm. Slowly they made their way up the aisle. My father bent behind the pulpit, and the sound of creaking wood broke the terse silence. He had opened a trapdoor. Pa and Jamie, still arm in arm, descended into the door. Downstairs we couldn't see from our angle. My brothers and I sat uncomfortably in the pew, restless but still quiet. I felt a strange swelling sensation, like something enormous was happening that I couldn't comprehend. I channeled this by plucking wildly at the loose threads of my ill-fitting pants. My brothers and I sat nervously for a long while, until Pa emerged again, alone. He shut the trapdoor behind him. "Time to go home, boys," he said. I wanted to ask where Jamie was, but my tongue felt heavy. Instead, I fell into step behind him, and we made a solemn procession back to the rotting mansion where we lived. Jamie was there the next morning, snoring in his bed next to mine. We all scrutinized him for some change, but he was the same Jamie he'd always been. The only answer to our questions we received was a hard sock in the arm when we bothered him too much. A few months later, Pa came into our room in the middle of the night. I had been lying awake, but I pretended to sleep as he quietly roused Jamie and led him out the door. I dozed very lightly, only to be reawoken when I heard them coming back up the stairs. Jamie made his way to his bed slowly. In the faint moonlight, I could see that his shoulders were shaking. He crawled under the covers. I could hear the muffled sound of him sobbing. After that, Jamie was different. He was withdrawn and angry. He stopped playing with us and was quick to yell. There was an angry tension between him and Pa. Even as young as I was, I knew the change had something to do with that strange place in the chapel. I wouldn't have to wait long to find out the secret of our family. After all, I was the second oldest. My birthday came that November. I remember every second of that day. Pa woke me before my brothers. He brought me into the master suite where he spent the nights of his lonely existence. The room might have once been grand, but now the walls were ashy with cigarette smoke, and it smelled like stale living. The bed sheets were rumpled on only one side. It made me sad to think of Pa sleeping alone every night in that huge Mouffetin bed. Pa dressed me in the same suit that Jamie had worn. It fit me a little better. I was fuller and shorter than he was. I looked in the mirror and felt a flash of pride. I was a proper gentleman for once, like those clean-cut men in the old magazines we sometimes found while cleaning. No longer a dirty-faced little boy. Pa stepped back after fixing my tie, his eyes shining. The harsh line of his mouth wobbled as he rubbed his thumb across my cheekbone. "I'm so proud of you," he said, and hugged me. My chest swelled with warmth and pride. We walked through the woods to the little white chapel. It was cool, and the woods were alive in red and orange. My brothers gathered in the pews while Pa and I waited outside the doors. He looped his arm through mine and looked at me. "Just follow my lead," he murmured, patting my arm. His words soothed me. The doors of the chapel swung open on their own, and the sound of church bells echoed through the woods, though the rusty bell in the tower sat still. But I wasn't afraid. Pa walked me down the aisle, towards the empty pulpit. We walked in time to the toll of the bells, something I realized only the two of us could hear. My brothers whispered and fidgeted in the pew. Jamie sat on the far end, staring straight ahead, his eyes dull and back stiff. We ascended. Behind the pulpit lay the secret trapdoor, ancient and moldered. Pa gave the rusted brass ring a mighty pull, and it opened with a creak. Before us lay a stone staircase, riddled with cracks and dappled with moss and mushrooms. The shallow stairs led into the dark. For the first time that day, I felt something other than anticipation and pride. I was afraid. But I think, looking back, that I would have been unable to leave if I tried. Pa and I walked carefully down the stairs. He still held tight to my arm. We emerged into an earthen tunnel, tall enough for us to walk upright, though roots from the ceiling brushed our heads. For a moment, we stood still. There was a strange sputtering sound, and a breeze blew from the darkness ahead. That should have been impossible, as the tunnel seemed to only go deeper into the ground. But as the breeze came, so did light. Alcoves had been scooped into the earthen walls, and tens of candles suddenly burst to life in their wax-filled recesses. I jumped as the sudden light revealed hundreds of moths. They took off, excited by the flame. Their soft wings flapped and brushed against my cheek. As Pa and I walked down the tunnel, my apprehension grew. I started shaking. Pa stood resolute by my side, his presence steadying. I don't know how long we walked in silence. The tunnel was not without its own sound. The pop of fat from the candles, the drip of moisture from the ceiling, the tamping of our shoes, and the fluttering of moths' wings. They landed on my shoulders and my head, and bounced off of my face often. I wanted to ask Pa where we were going, but, yet again, I stayed silent. Soon I became aware of a faint sweet smell. Almost at the same time, the candlelight revealed a door. Moths were clustered around it so thickly that it appeared the frame was made of a canvas of pale, shivering wings. Pa turned to me. In the flickering candlelight, the hollows of his face were cast in sharp relief. He looked more like an ape than a man. "This is where I leave you, son," he said. He put his hands on my shoulders. "Don't be afraid. You won't be hurt, I promise. Just do what nature tells you to do." He saw that I was shaking, and he laid his hand on my face. "This is our family's legacy, Eli. Jamie did this, I did this, my father before me did this. It's as old and ancient as our blood, older even. Nothing is going to harm you." "Okay," I choked out. My father smiled wanly, then turned and left me before the door. He disappeared back the way we came, and I was alone. Cautiously, I pushed open the stone door. The moths fluttered away from it, forming a cloud that I had to bat away to see. The chamber that I emerged into was huge. The walls were lined with hundreds of alcoves with candles burning bright, and more candles were spread across the floor. Across from me, there was a great white bed surrounded by gossamer curtains. The sweet smell was overpowering, undercut by something primal and funky like body odor. Then, the bed moved. From its side unfolded pairs of strange appendages. I struggled to comprehend what I was seeing. They were arms, human arms, ending in human hands. But they bent in too many places, and they were too long and pale. Long tendrils like feathers flared from their elbows. It wasn't a bed. It was a person, perhaps in the loosest sense of the word. Its body was huge, white and bloated. What I had thought were pillows were actually huge pendulous breasts, bare of nipples. The swell of the bed's comforter was a huge stomach, sagging down to the ground in ripples of white flesh. As I watched, a pair of the arms reached to gently part the gossamer curtains, like a bride lifting a veil. Its face, how to describe its face? Once, cleaning trash out of our house, I found an old china doll. It had a puffy, exaggerated expression of innocence, though time had worn the paint from its face and gave it only the barest imitation of humanity. The creature's face looked like that doll, but its eyes were large and bulging, and completely black. Most notably of all, from its forehead sprouted a pair of long feathery antennae. They were as long as its arms, reaching towards the high ceiling. They waved back and forth gently like ferns. As I took it in, stunned by the wrongness of it all, the creature smiled at me. Its pale, fleshy lips parted, revealing a dripping black mouth with no teeth, and then it spoke. "Hello, sweet Elias," it said. The voice was so wrong. The intonation and words were clearly English, the voice feminine, but it had a weird buzz to it, and a thick quality like someone speaking with their throat blocked. I was somehow able to find my own voice. "What are you?" I asked. "How do you know my name?" A strange buzzing and clicking noise came from the creature. The fat on its body rolled like waves, and the toothless mouth gaped wider. It was laughing. "I am you," it said. You are the fruit of my loins. I birthed your brothers, and your father, and your father's father, and his father before him. I know every inch of you, your flesh, for it grew and pupated within me. Now the time has come for you to give of yourself, so I may have your son." I understood almost immediately. I felt a mix of horror and revulsion, but it was far off, suppressed. The sweet smell filled my nostrils. It made my head swim. My skin was hot and itchy in the ill-fitting suit. I should have been terrified. I should have been disgusted. I am, in retrospect. But I was under the spell of the creature, the scent of its pheromones too powerful for my brain to comprehend. In that moment, I knew that my body served a singular purpose, and I knew what that purpose was. Then I was before the creature. Its many arms petted my hair, my body, my face, the soft feathers tickling me. It cooed and spoke to me as I climbed on top of it, my body sinking into its soft and yielding flesh. I lay on its stomach, its bosom as my pillow. Lying against its skin, though it was tacky like dough, I felt a comfort I had never known, nor have ever known since. I was safe. I was swaddled. I was loved. It wrapped its spindly arms around me, its buzzing words of encouragement burrowing into my brain like worms. And then I began to move my hips, and I was in heaven. I'll spare you the mechanical details of that coupling. Me recalling having sex with a moth monster, who was also apparently my mother and grandmother, is just as traumatizing as you reading about it. But what I must say is that I have never felt pleasure like that since. I have never once felt so held, so loved, and so safe. I know now that I wasn't in my right mind, and recalling it makes me nauseous. But there are still nights I jolt awake feeling a ghost of that heavenly pleasure. And for a moment I grieve that I'll never feel it again. I don't know how long I was in the chamber with that thing. I vaguely remember dressing myself slowly, still drunk from the pheromones in the air. I remember the creature rubbing its belly as I left, followed by a cloud of moths. I slept dreamlessly for hours and hours. Over dinner I made eye contact with Pa as I was shoveling spaghetti into my mouth. He beamed at me proudly and I felt good. But Jamie was looking at me also. He didn't return my smile, his mouth now permanently set in a grim line. As the encounter with the moth creature faded like a dream, Jamie continued to bother me. Hadn't he experienced the same heavenly pleasure I'd had? Sure, there were lingering dregs of fear, even disgust at what I'd done, but if everyone in our family had done it, what was the harm? It was our legacy, after all. More time passed, and my confusion turned to anger. Jamie barely interacted with us anymore. Did he think he was better than us? Did he think that his feelings made him separate from the family, somehow? I never got the chance to confront him. He came to me. It was about 5 months after my 18th birthday. Life had continued as normal. But one morning when we woke up, there was a strange feeling in the air. I made a comment about it to my brothers, but they just looked at me blankly. As we went about our chores, I felt strangely happy. We were walking out of one of the old guest houses when Jamie grabbed me roughly by the arm and pulled me away. He was nearly nose to nose with me, and his eyes were bright and wild. "You listen good now, Eli," he hissed. "Why the hell do you think Pa never let us talk to the girls in town?" I looked at him in confusion. "That thing in the chapel," he continued. "It doesn't want outside competition. It gave birth to all of us, boys, but it can't control the gender of the baby it makes. Why do you think there's no girls in our family? What do you think happens when one is born?" The beginnings of dread began to creep up from my stomach. "Yours is coming today," Jamie continued, his mouth turned into a scowl. He let go of the vice grip on my arm. "And for your sake, I hope it ain't a girl." His face fell. I wasn't so lucky. Before I could say anything, he was gone, stalking off after the rest of our brothers. I stood staring after him. As night came, my dread grew. Gone was my pleasant mood from before. Night found me sleepless, and I stared at the ceiling for hours. When the door creaked open, I knew it was Pa. He came to my bedside and motioned for me to join him. We made our way through the dark woods to the chapel. The bad feeling was everywhere, soaked into the very air. The creatures of the night were silent, and it was cold. The chapel stood a white smear in the darkness. We went inside. The floorboards seemed to vibrate, and when Pa opened the trapdoor, I heard it. A terrible buzzing wail, full of anger and pain, punctuated by inhuman squeaks and growls. I had heard the sounds of animals in pain before. This was like some sort of horrible symphony of all of those cries. I recoiled at the sound, standing rooted to the spot. I looked at Pa to see if my horror was reflected in his face. It was, to some extent, but over it lay a veneer of hardness. I realized then that whatever was happening was no mystery to him. He had probably experienced it 100 times before. He took my arm and practically dragged me down the tunnel. The moths were flapping around wildly, diving at us and bouncing off the walls. A few of them flew into the candle flames, their feathery wings burning as fast as paper. The screaming got louder. We came to the chamber. The creature was in the same spot, but this time its body was rippling like a wave. Some of its arms were braced on the walls and floor. The sweet smell was gone, replaced by that of blood and viscera. The creature's puffy doll face was twisted in a horrifying mask of pain and rage. Spittle flew from its black mouth as it wailed, the sound bouncing around the chamber. Its antenna swiveled wildly around its head, every feather twitching and shaking. At the sight of us, its pallid face contorted further. "Levi," it bellowed my father's name. "What have you wrought? The fruit of your loins beget me only curses." I was transfixed by the creature's rippling body, bile rising in the back of my throat. It was pushing something out, I realized. A dark puddle was forming on the floor beneath it. My father moved towards the creature like he meant to comfort it. A pair of arms sideswiped him with surprising strength, sending him careening into the wall. He tripped over the candles. The creature let out a deep, throaty groan. Its body gave one more powerful ripple, and there was a wet noise as something dropped to the floor of the cave. What lay before me was, essentially, a cocoon. It was roughly watermelon-sized, white, and it glistened with fluid in the light. The creature's screams died into rattling breaths. As I watched, the cocoon began to tremble. A tiny red fist tore its way through the gauzy membrane. From the hole, I heard a cry, weak and plaintive. It was a baby. Something came over me. I somehow knew that the baby was mine. I'm sure others can tell better stories of parental instincts kicking in, but that's what happened to me at that moment. While my father and the creature struggled to recover, I knelt down and began ripping the cocoon apart, trying to free the baby within. The cocoon had the texture of spider silk, thin and sticky. It dissolved at my touch. Soon the baby was free. Its skin was red and blotchy, and it looked like a lumpy potato. But its face and cry were wholly human, and as I held it in my hands, I could feel the very gears of the world turning. My fate was changing. "Elias," the creature rasped. I looked up at it. Its expression had relaxed, its black eyes grown wide and shining, reflecting the candlelight. Its antennae had calmed, resuming their slow and gentle waving. It reached its nearest pair of arms out to me. "Bring it to me," it demanded. I lifted the baby in front of me and realized with sudden dread that something on it was missing. The baby was female. The creature's arms strained for the baby, and I instinctually clutched it to my chest. "Why?" I asked. "It is a usurper," the creature spat. "It is a curse, and the labor was long. I am hungry." It licked its lips, leaving behind a film of gray spit from a black tongue. Jamie's words came back to me then, and I realized that he was right. Pa had gotten to his feet. He clutched his side, clearly hurt, and his clothes were singed from candle flames. "Just give it to her, son," he wheezed. "It'll be over soon." I looked down at the baby. It was crying and squirming. It grabbed onto my shirt as tightly as it could, its little fist balling in the fabric. For the first time in my life, I made my own decision. I turned away from my family, and I ran. I held the baby tightly to my chest as I sprinted into the tunnel. My father called after me, but his voice was drowned out by a buzzing wail that grew in volume until it seemed a physical thing, a wave pushing me out. Moths bounced off my face. As I ran past the candles, they blew out, filling the tunnel with darkness. I thought I heard my father scream, a sound of terror beneath the creature's anger. I don't like to think about it. I left our property towards town, the baby still bawling loudly. Finally, I had to stop running, my lungs burning and my legs cramping. I have never been as afraid as I was limping through that dark forest. My daughter's cries a dead giveaway to any who would follow. But nothing did. I walked through the town, knocking on doors until someone answered. My daughter's sobs had tapered from a steady stream to quiet whimpers, and I knew she needed care soon. The ice cream girl answered the door, her hair mussed with sleep. She took in the sight of me, recognizing me immediately, and her eyes widened at the baby in my arms. "Please help us," I croaked. It was the first time I'd spoken to a woman, really spoken. Shirley's family took care of me for a while. They taught me how to care for my daughter, how to change diapers and prepare formula and burp her. I never left their house for fear of seeing my family. I was there for only a week or two. Then my daughter and I hit the road again. We went from town to town, surviving on the kindness of strangers. It was usually women who ended up helping us. I met all kinds of women hardened by the world, bitter ones, gentle ones, fiery ones. They taught me about the world, about all the things I'd been missing. When we were far enough north that I felt safe, I began trying to settle down. My daughter was growing into a healthy, fat little toddler. She was the axis on which my world turned. Everything I did for her. Eventually I named her Deborah, Debbie for short. I found a decent job with on-site daycare for Debbie. Back then, it was a little easier to provide for a child than it is today. I won't deny. But I still worked myself to the bone. It was the easiest way to chase away the shadows that plagued my mind. I had lovers here and there, both men and women, but nothing lasted. Sex was difficult for me, considering what I had been through. I always felt disgusting afterwards, always unable to ignore the simple fact that it would never feel as good as that. And that knowledge made me feel like a monster. Eventually I stopped trying to feign interest in sex, and I was happier for it, but it meant that I never got into a real relationship. I didn't need a relationship. I had Debbie. And as the years passed and she grew bright and smart and funny, the shadows of my past seemed farther and farther away. But I was a fool to let myself be comforted by time. I cannot escape the curse of my blood, no matter how far I run. Yesterday was Debbie's 14th birthday. Today she locked herself in the bathroom in the morning, crying for hours. When she finally let me in, I could barely contain a scream, because there, bursting from my daughter's forehead, was a pair of long, feathery antennae, plot holes. The day I found my first hole was the day my best friend came back from the dead. We were in high school, and stupid. Jake was his name, and we liked to go out to this old abandoned house in the woods after school to just screw around. Do stupid teenage things. It was a pretty big place, to be honest. 2-story house with a basement, or 3 stories if you counted the small attic above it. The story is supposed to go that an old woman was building the house years and years ago in order to get away from the city life, but for some reason never finished it. Probably died. Anyway, the house was pretty close to completion when she stopped, but nobody bothered to finish it, and now it just sits there rotting away. So Jake and I would go to the house and just screw around, scaring each other or exploring the place. Whatever we felt like. Usually we were careful or lucky, but nothing ever happened to make us worry. Then the floorboards broke under Jake's feet when we were exploring the 2nd floor, and he fell. I never realized how bad the condition of the house must have been, because when he hit the 1st floor, that broke too, and he fell into the basement. I ran down and looked through the broken hole in the 1st floor. It was dark, but we usually had the foresight to bring flashlights. So I shined a light on him. I'll never forget what I saw. One of the boards or something must have fallen at just the right angle, that when Jake hit the ground it speared up right through his stomach. I could see him shift and try to grab at it, even hear him gurgle. And then he stopped. He was dead. I was sure of it. Our stupidity got him killed. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do. So I just ran. I ran out of the house and left him there. It was about evening when I got home, and I went straight to my room. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't stop for anything. I just wanted to curl up and try to forget that scene. My parents tried to talk to me, but I feigned sleep and they just went on. Later that night, we got a call from Jake's parents asking where he was. They actually woke me up for that one, and I said I had no idea. The usual, "Well, if you see him, please let us know," came afterward, and I just nodded before I went back to sleep. The next day was school, and I went through the morning ritual in a bit of a trance. I didn't want to go, but I couldn't stay home. I was pretty sure Jake's parents already suspected something of me. So I went. School was just like usual. people screwing around in the morning and talking. I went up to my normal group of friends that I hung out with before the first bell rang and my heart stopped. There was Jake. He stood there just laughing and being his normal self. When he saw me, he looked over and grinned before coming over. He made a joke, but I didn't hear it. I just continued to stare. "Hey, you okay?" he asked, starting to get concerned. Are you okay?" was all I could muster back. "Well, yeah, why wouldn't I be?" He laughed a bit but gave me a weird look. You don't know anything?" I tried to phrase it as delicately as possible. I didn't want anyone else knowing, but I figured that was enough to clue him in. If it did, he didn't show it. "Know anything of what?" he responded, and then the bell rang. He said bye and gave me a weird look before heading off to class. I just stared after in shock. Why was my friend here? I saw him die. At the very least, he should be in the hospital, but he was fine. I went to class, but I couldn't concentrate. I just kept thinking about Jake and how he should be dead. I kept trying to think of how he could have survived, but I just couldn't fill this strange hole of a mystery. After class, I decided I'd check out the house. Jake met me after school and asked if I still wanted to hang out. I told him I wasn't feeling well and we'd catch up tomorrow. He seemed to accept that and move off. It's not like I wasn't excited my friend was back, but looking at him made something in me cringe. He shouldn't be alive. He should not be here. I saw him. So I went to the house that afternoon alone. When I walked in, I could feel something. It was strange but familiar. It was the same feeling I got when I looked at Jake, that something wasn't right and it was just off. However, here it felt like a lingering feeling, not this fresh, "What the hell?" I got when I saw my friend. I stepped forward and looked down. Sure enough, there was the damn hole he fell through. I let out a sigh of relief and bent over. So I wasn't crazy. I slipped out my usual flashlight and shone it down into the hole. Yes, there was the wreck I saw him land on. No, Jake. Did he get free? Did he magically regenerate or something? I shone my flashlight up to look toward the hole in the second floor. It wasn't there. My breath caught in my throat and I began to frantically shine my light onto the ceiling. Where was it? I should be right above the damn hole in the floor. But nothing. I bolted up the stairs and sure enough, there was nothing in the floor where he fell. Nothing. Something was wrong. Really wrong. I wandered back down to the first hole and peeked down into it. I'm sure that was the moment that solidified my fate. If I had just ignored it, moved on, and been plain happy that my friend was back, I might have been able to continue life as usual. But that moment, I saw something. Just a flash of something black, blacker than the darkness beyond my flashlight's range shift and fly out of sight. I gasped and stumbled back, breathing heavily. I know I should have run, but my curiosity took hold, and my logical side said it was just some animal or trick of the light. So I swallowed my fear and I leaned over to peek again. I didn't see that flash of black again, but I did notice something. The boards and wreckage underneath the hole were gone. With that note, I knew something was wrong. Nobody can clean up something like that mess in the blink of an eye. I bolted. I ran out of that house and through the forest, swearing up and down that something was chasing me. I had a feeling that there was something out there. But now I know it was simply watching me. For now I ran home and slammed the door shut behind me before I leapt into my bed. My body curled up and I just lay there, trying to comprehend what was going on. It took me a while, but I finally drew myself out of bed. I had to figure out what was going on, but like hell I was going back to that damn house. Not if some monster was in it. So I did what any teenager would do. I went to the internet and researched. It was slow and I didn't have a lot of luck at first. Looking up paranormal just got me weird pictures and stories. Friend Comes Back from Dead got me a lot of zombie stuff. Missing Time seemed to get me a little more info. A lot of it was around aliens, but a few stories seemed to pique my interest. Like something crazy seeming to happen, like a car crash or accident. And suddenly there's a time jump and things seem to be okay. Like nothing ever happened. There was one post on a missing time board that seemed to draw my attention, however. It was titled Plot Holes, and was only posted a couple of days ago. I curiously clicked it. Everyone seemed to speculate what caused this whole missing time thing. A lot of the time it was aliens or dimensional, whatever. This guy, however, acted like he knew for a fact, and his reason was the most bizarre of them all. He started by telling a similar story. In a nutshell, his wife was killed in a household accident when part of their house caved in during a storm. While trying to get to her, he was knocked out by some other debris. When he came to, he was sitting in the living room and his wife was trying to wake him up. The house was fine, with no sign of disaster, and she was alive. He was ecstatic, but described a strange feeling, like he had figured out something he shouldn't have, and that his wife shouldn't be there. Like my feeling I got with Jake. Over time, he couldn't be around her. It just was too strange. So he left. He went on the road, taking what money he had and doing weird little jobs here and there while staying in motels. While he went, he began to research. It took a great amount of time, but he found others with similar experiences. Most of them just described it as a miracle and moved on with their lives. Others couldn't shake the feeling, like he did. All of them described the same sort of thing. Some event should have caused something to happen, a person to die or some landmark to be destroyed, only to have it miraculously come back later. So what was going on? The author was at a standstill until he came across something. While researching people who shouldn't be alive, he came across a book review. Apparently, it was the latest book in the series, and in it, a side character saves the day by fighting off a bunch of enemies for the heroes. However, in the previous book, by a different author, that character had been killed. So, this character couldn't have come back to save the day, but if he didn't, the main characters would have died. The reviewer said it was one of the worst plot holes he'd ever seen. That got the forum author and me thinking. He said he'd post again after he experimented a bit, and I didn't blame him. I had a few things I wanted to experiment with as well. Nevertheless, I dropped him a message saying I read his post and that something similar happened to me. Then called it a night early. I had to be extremely alert if I was going to try to look for the signs I wanted to find. The next morning, I woke up and started my first attempt at looking for plot holes. I know how crazy that sounded, but something seemed to click after reading that review. Someone should have died. But that was ignored so he could do something of significance later. It sounded so familiar. The first few days, I didn't notice anything, except for that weird feeling around Jake. Nobody else seemed to have it. The third day was when I noticed my first plot hole. It was minor. The most minor of details, but it was there. One of the girls in my class went from wearing a skirt to a set of jeans between periods. I know how that seems to make me look, but I'll admit it, the skirt was why I noticed. But to change into a pair of jeans within 7 minutes while walking across campus to another class? That doesn't make sense. I guessed it was possible, but it didn't make sense. It was like a costume got wrong during a scene change. After that, it went all downhill. I kept seeing changes everywhere. A sign would be black in the morning, but light green later at night, or a friend would go from wearing a sweater to a t-shirt when I looked away from a moment. You'd think that people would notice these changes, but nobody did. Maybe it was the strange feeling that I got of something being off after the accident with Jake, or perhaps you just had to be looking for them. But as I kept looking, they were everywhere. It was about a week and a half before I got a response back from the plot hole's author. He introduced himself as Dennis and apologized for being late to respond. His reason why? He had gotten caught up in observing plot holes. He was noticing the same thing I was. This is the first time I've ever actually spoken to this guy, but the changes he described matched mine to a T. Except for one thing. After noticing a misspelled sign above a store late at night, he turned away for a moment to look back and saw a shadowy black figure floating by it. It was hazy, like looking at the figure through a fog that just wasn't there, but after the being floated away, the spelling error was gone. A shiver went down my spine. That seemed too close to whatever I might have glimpsed at the house. I hadn't seen it full on yet, but then now I knew what I was looking for. I wish I hadn't. It wasn't long before I began to see them. You had to look at just the right moment, I found out, when it seemed like nobody was watching or paying attention to that little error you just noticed. Then you could make it out. A shadowy haze of a being, seeming to be dressed in a long black robe with a hood, messing with it until it changed. I saw one fade my friend's t-shirt into a jacket/shirt set on a cold day in class. And I saw another change an entire stack of books at the library into a completely different set before they were picked up by a student. Nobody noticed them, just like the holes. It was like you had to be on that wavelength to notice. I'd been conversing with Dennis a bit online and he agreed with that idea. It seemed that you had to notice one to start seeing the others. If you could brush it off, then your life would go on. But if you were the curious sort, then you were like the two of us. You'd just keep seeing them all the time. I was starting to go crazy. I couldn't say anything to anyone, and Jake kept bothering me about why we never hung out anymore. I just couldn't look at him. He wasn't natural, but I realized it wasn't him. It was those things that brought him back. Maybe he had some destiny or something, but I had no idea. Things took another turn when I was having a Skype conversation with Dennis. He asked if they noticed me yet. I told him no, and then he got quiet for a long time. After some bugging, he finally responded and told me one of his friends that was helping him look into this occurrence was gone. Nobody even seemed to remember his existence. When he went over to his friend's house, Dennis found it relatively neat, save for a few items strewn about. As he explored, the belongings that were out of place began to find themselves back in their positions. Dennis was sure that it was one of those creatures behind it, and he confirmed his suspicions when he saw one putting back a book that had been thrown on the floor, and then turn and look at him. The two stared for a long time, the creature gazing onto Dennis while he looked into a blank nothingness that was its face, the dark hood covering whatever might have lurked underneath. And then it left. It turned and seemed to float away right through one of the walls. That seemed to be the last thing out of place then. The house looked like nothing had ever happened in it. Then Dennis began to notice something else. There were no pictures or objects identifying an owner. Unless you were that much of a hermit, you had, at least, an old family picture of some parents or something. Or maybe some mail with your name on it. But nothing. It was like nobody had ever lived in this fully furnished home. At this point, I began to worry. Dennis's friend had gone missing, and nobody knew of his existence. I started putting the pieces together then. If these creatures could bring someone back from the dead, they could easily get rid of someone, right? This meant I was in danger. After that, I stopped. I was out. I ignored Dennis's messages. I tried to ignore all the holes I constantly noticed. I did my best to ignore those shadow creatures when I caught them. I even tried to hang back out with Jake. But every time we hung together, it was like I was looking at the face of a lie. And looking at him just made me think of those creatures. I imagined one pulling him up from that debris, slipping that board through and out his body, knitting up his wounds like nothing happened. I did my best to look past it all. Dennis was hard to ignore, however. He just kept tracking me down. I'd block him from my email and messengers, but he'd start making new accounts to talk to send me more messages. And he seemed to be sending more and more as the days went on. Finally, one day, I received an email from a new account that clearly was Dennis. I was about to delete it and block him again, but the subject chilled me to the bone. They're after me. Get on Skype. I need help. I didn't know what to do. If Dennis was in trouble from these things, then I had to help. I couldn't just leave him, but after him, they might turn their sights on me. I had to help. I wasn't going to just leave him hanging, especially if he was in danger. I logged onto Skype, added his new account, and immediately got a video chat request. Dennis was in his apartment with the lights off, and he looked terrified. "What's going on?" I asked as I leaned in. "They've been following me around." He spoke, his voice an exasperated whisper. "More and more of them keep coming around, and not just to fill in the holes. They're watching me." "Are you sure?" In response, he lifts up his laptop and carried it out to what looked to be the kitchen. He set it down in front of a window and drew back the curtain. I couldn't make it out anything until he turned on the light. My heart stopped. I'd only seen one of them at a time, maybe even two if something was a particularly big change. But there were at least 3 or 4 behind that window, just staring in with those empty hooded faces. He quickly flicked off the light and turned the laptop back toward him. "Do you see? I don't know what to do." I don't want to end up like Jerry. Tell me what to do." He was getting more and more anxious. I had no idea what to tell him. I didn't know what these things were. I didn't know what they wanted, or how to stop them. I opened my mouth but couldn't form the words that he needed to hear. And as I stammered to find out what to say, I saw them slip into the background behind him, through a freaking wall, with a cabinet. "Dennis," I yelled, "behind you." He turned just as the first approached. God, there were a bunch slipping in now. 3, then 4, then 5. He never stood a chance. The first reached forward with an inky arm and shoved it straight through his chest. There wasn't any blood, or even a sound safe for Dennis's terrified scream. He began to writhe, grasping at his chest as the creature held him there by, I don't even know what, his spine, his heart, hell, it could have been his very soul for all I know. Then the others were on top of him. They fell onto him like a dark dog pile, consuming him in their dark presences. I couldn't scream. I couldn't look away. I just watched as he faded from view as those creatures piled onto him. Then slowly, ever so slowly, they backed away. Dennis was gone. I bit back tears as I saw the empty space he had been in. I knew what had happened. He was gone, erased. Nobody would even remember him. He was a hole that had to be filled in and taken care of. Then their attention turned to the computer. To me. My eyes widened as realization hit me. I was another hole. I was an issue in their grand scheme, a thorn that had to be plucked, a part that drew attention to the inaccuracies of this world they were trying to design. And I had to be taken care of. I didn't even bother to turn off the computer. I just stood and turned only to find myself face to face with a horde of them, in my own house, in my own room. My back went to my desk as one shadowy shade glided to me. Its arm rose, and I could almost make out the tendrils of its foggy black cloak and the individual digits of its dark fingers. I couldn't move. I was frozen. And then it struck. I didn't physically feel the hand shove into my chest, but I felt it somewhere deeper, like it was grabbing an intimate part of my being. I felt violated, exposed, and most of all, completely terrified. I screamed as it began to squeeze. It hurt. It hurt so fucking much. My vision blurred, but I could see the others move around me. They filled in a circle around my body, regardless if there was something in their way or not. They just glided through like those things weren't there. And then they fell upon me. Black hit me from every side. I screamed, but no sound came out. I could feel that hand wrenching back, pulling something so personal to me away. My body felt limp then. I started to feel nothing. It inched along my limbs, slowly turning feeling of cold, pain, terror into absolute nothing. I could only describe it as a feeling of being erased. There was feeling, strong feeling, and then nothing. It slowly inched along, riding up along my arms and legs until it consumed my whole being. The pain faded along with it, along with the sounds of the world and my vision before me. Soon, nothing was before me but pure blackness. I was gone. I knew it. I was dead. Or worse, I didn't exist any longer. Stretched out before me was nothing but darkness. I tried to call out into the void to claw my way forward, but I couldn't move a limb. More like, though, I didn't have a limb to move or a mouth to yell. I was just an essence, a leftover floating in an endless void of nothing. I'm still there, in pure nothingness. I can't move, or I don't think I have anything left to move. It's gone. Every part of me is gone. I wonder what happens now. I wonder what Jake's destiny was. I also began to wonder if this was death or something worse. A punishment for sticking my nose in places it shouldn't be. Is this death or pure erasure? I'm sure Dennis is feeling the same things I'm feeling. I can almost imagine him too, floating in the same void. Maybe one day we'll meet each other. It's a hope that I try to keep alive. It keeps me sane that I might one day not be alone here. That's the end of my story. I wish it was better. I wish I could say I fought back and saved myself. At least that I was on the run. But some plots don't have happy endings. However, I'm sure I've left you wondering one final thing. If I'm dead or erased, then how could I have written this? Well, my poor friend, you've just discovered your first plot hole. Be wary if you see any more. Stuck. When I first saw him standing out there on the sidewalk, I thought nothing of it. I certainly didn't think he'd still be out there come September. I lingered at the window for just a moment, decided that the night-bound silhouette across the street was just some guy out for a walk, and went to my room and hit the hay. As I stood blearily over the coffee maker the next morning, my eyes strayed up to the window over the sink, and a little shock of adrenaline removed the need for caffeine. He was still there, and still standing on the opposite sidewalk looking at my house. My roommates had all gone to work long ago, so I waited for my coffee, got dressed, and then approached the front door and peered through the peephole. He was still there. I took a deep breath, readied myself for whatever nonsense this was going to entail, and opened the door. His gaze shifted to me as soon as I stepped out onto the porch, and he watched me as I walked across the grass. He tensed when I stepped onto my sidewalk, but then looked relieved when I crossed it and reached the curb. Stopping there, I kept the pavement between us. I didn't know exactly how to ask him what the hell he was doing. "Hey, what's up?" He looked a little bit nervous. "Nothing, just hanging out." From where I was standing, he didn't appear to be homeless or crazy. He was a man of about 40 dressed in a dark blue robe, and I vaguely recognized him. "Don't you live in that house?" I pointed up the driveway behind him. He nodded. "Yep, that's mine. Just came out to get the newspaper." I glanced down at his hand, where he held an orange bag with the newspaper rolled up inside it. "Well, looks like you got it." I paused. Another orange bag was lying further up the driveway, as if the one he was holding was actually yesterday's. He didn't say anything. He just stood there with a masked, nervous expression. "Did I see you out here last night too?" I asked. "Yep, that was me." I looked down further and saw that his feet were bare. "You weren't out here all night, were you?" I expected him to laugh off the idea, but instead he replied, "I was." "You've been out here all night in bare feet?" Panic was oozing out from under his mask of calm politeness in a dozen different ways. "Yes." Now I was starting to feel more than a little weird. "Are you going to stand out here all day too?" He strained to speak, but then seemed to change his reply. "I might. It's beautiful weather out." Well, that much was true. It was a warm summer day, bright and beautiful. "Well, could you at least not stare at my house then?" He began to give an apologetic shrug, but stopped halfway through the motion and tried to turn. His bare feet never lifted from the sidewalk. The attempted turn was more of a twist from the thighs up. That too stopped rather quickly, and then he said, His gaze moved in a circle before he finally looked directly at me. "Your house is nice. I like looking at it." By then, I was getting rather annoyed. "What's your name?" "Russ." "Russ. Nice to meet you." I shook my head. I'd never had to do this before. "If you don't stop being weird and staring at our house, I'm going to call the police." His eyes lit up. "Yes, please do that." That was a weird enough reaction that I actually got out my phone. I'd been raised to never involve the police for any reason, but this was abnormal enough that I felt I had to. I told the dispatcher we had a strange man standing outside our house and that he'd been there literally all night. Yes, all night. She said 2 officers would be with us shortly. Russ and I didn't talk much while waiting for them. He just stood there looking at me at random times and around the neighborhood otherwise. Ours was a quiet street, populated by nice people who kept mostly to themselves. We'd never even had cause to really meet each other. If we had, I might have known more about Russ, but as things were, he was just some man acting strangely. Although, his aura of masked nervousness calmed as a squad car turned down the lane and approached us. 2 uniformed officers climbed out and approached us with tired stances. One asked dismissively, "What seems to be the issue, gentlemen?" Russ looked to me hopefully. I told them, "This guy has been standing out here staring at our house all night long." The second cop rolled his eyes, but he did ask Russ, "That true, sir?" Russ gulped and stated, "Yes." Both cops straightened at the unexpected answer. The first one asked, "Seriously?" Russ nodded. The second cop looked at each of us for a moment and then said, "Well, move it along then." Russ tensed and stood a little taller. "No." "What?" I said no. As the pair began walking toward him, he added, "Sir?" As one got out handcuffs, the other sneered and said, "Listen, asshole." But he stopped about 2 feet from Russ. His partner froze as well. "Come on," Russ urged them. "What are you waiting for? Come on." The 2 men looked at each other with haunted expressions, then began to back away. The handcuffs were returned to their belt. "No," Russ shouted at them. "Do it, you pricks." "You pigs, ugly bastards, come on, beat me up, teach me a lesson, knock me down." The first cop's face was pale. "You're fine, sir. You're absolutely right, we're pigs. Just do what you like. Stand there as long as you want. You're on your property, technically, so this is none of our business." The second glanced at me with apologetic terror. Both jumped in their car and peeled away. Russ screamed incoherently after them, but did not move from his spot on the sidewalk. I called the station a second time to ask what had happened, but after taking my address, the dispatcher told me never to call again and hung up. The anger faded out of Russ as he saw me lower the phone, and I stood there awkwardly as the grown man across the street began to outright cry. I'd never seen a 40-year-old man blubber from sheer hopeless terror. "Russ, what's going on?" He couldn't answer past his tears. Looking left and right first, I finally stepped onto the street and got near him. I had the strangest notion, but I couldn't articulate it. The words simply wouldn't come to mind. An instinctual awareness was the most I could manage. I did reach the opposite curb right in front of him, and I was intent on pushing him back off of his spot on the sidewalk. But I changed my mind about 2 feet away from him. It would have been weird to touch a crying grown man. I stepped back to the street. Confused, I tried a second time. At 2 feet away from him, literally within arm's reach, I changed my mind again. He could do what he liked. Who was I to interfere if he wanted to stand outside on a beautiful day? Each time I got close and then changed my mind, his tears and terror deepened. I remember murmuring, "All right, screw this," and I backed up to the middle of the street to get space for a running start. I couldn't articulate what I was doing, but I guessed that a leaping tackle might work. I braced myself and then launched forward, ready to spring up at the proper distance. But as I went to jump at him, I changed my mind. There was nothing wrong and I was being silly. Who cared about any of this? I slowed and curved away. His sobbing became a river. Despite an overwhelming sense that something was very wrong, I turned and slowly went back inside. I could still see him through the kitchen window, and I began going about the business of my day with a muted horror that I could not acknowledge gnawing at my heart. Each time I looked, I would hope against hope that he had moved, but he was always still there, shaking, crying, and looking around for help. That was June. A pall hung over our neighborhood. Where once my roommates and I had held board game parties and had a dozen people over, now we ate meager meals in silence. Whenever one of us would think to talk about something that had happened at work, or perhaps an event we were looking forward to, we would get out half a sentence and then be overwhelmed by a sense of hollowness. Who could care about a concert or a trip to a water park at a time like this? We would stop our sentence midway through and glance out the kitchen window as a group. Always, Russ was still standing there. He successfully avoided dangerous sunburns by lifting his robe over his head during the brightest hours, and he had a few nearby trees to shade him at other times. His bare feet took the worst of it, and were red and boiled over after a week. During that second week, we gathered daily as a neighborhood. It was impossible not to have noticed him standing out there by then, and all the various residents of our street wandered out to speak to him and to one another about various polite topics with strained undertones. "Terrible weather," a neighbor would say, her eyes fearful. The weather was gorgeous and beautiful. "Absolutely terrible weather," another of us would say. Horrifying, in fact. What the hell is happening with the weather? I remember the oldest of us, a woman who had lived through the Great Depression and was normally tough as nails, then cried openly and sobbed, "Why is the weather doing this?" Russ stood through all of this, visibly hopeful and terrified. The old woman screamed at him, "Why don't you just go inside?" He could only shrug and shakily tell her, "I don't want to go inside. I like sunburns on my feet." She approached with both hands up to throttle him, but changed her mind as she came within reach. "You're a man. You can take it. I shouldn't interrupt your enjoyment of nature." She hobbled away in tears, trembling violently. Another of our neighbors stepped forward. "At least, take these clothes." He held a folded shirt and a pair of jeans forward, but turned away before getting close enough to hand them over. You probably don't want my old hand-me-downs, right?" Russ replied hopelessly. "I'm fine. Thanks, though." It was the rainy season in our parts, and it began to drizzle on our heads, so we retreated to our homes to gaze out the window and watch Russ thirstily hold open his mouth to the sky. Once the torrent was heavy enough, he could also lean down and scoop water from the flow running along the curb. That gave us an idea. As a neighborhood, we began to wash our cars more often. The runoff from the hoses would flow past Russ, allowing him to drink and stay alive, but only for as long as was normal for washing one's car. None of us mentioned it to one another. We just saw others doing it, so we did it too. The rainy season also brought worms up out of the ground, which he ate, and he learned to stand still long enough for birds to come near. He would grab them and eat them whole. The sidewalk near him became foul with waste until each new rain washed it clean. One of the men on the street began building a long wood and metal contraption. For the first time in a month, we had something else to see outside our windows, and we watched him for nearly a week before getting a sense of what he was doing. It was a massively long Rube Goldberg machine full of levers, swinging hammers, rolling balls, and other assorted nonsense. From the 2x4s he'd laid out, he'd planned for it to extend all the way down the street, around the corner, and out of sight. My roommates and I took a few days off work and wordlessly began helping. The older women in the neighborhood brought out drinks and food for us. Russ looked on while we ate and drank, but he watched especially carefully while we worked. I'd never been one for tools, but I muddled through figuring out how to saw and nail things effectively. And the other men in the neighborhood joined us without a word when they saw how serious we were. It took 6 days, but we finally finished the contraption on the eve of a big storm. As the sky was growing dark, we gathered around the corner out of sight of Russ and stared at the button that would activate the machine. If all the levers and hammers and contraptions worked, Russ would be knocked over by a battering ram mechanism at the very end. We stared at the button. A jogger approached, and we stared at her. She slowed and looked worried that 30-odd people were watching her. We backed up and glanced at the button repeatedly. "You want me to push this?" she asked, cautious but concerned. "Is this for some sort of prank video?" We looked at each other, and the old woman who had survived the Great Depression shrugged and nodded. The jogger moved close and hovered her hand over the button before backing up. "Nah, I'd rather not participate in a prank video." Her expression was fearful and pained. She jogged on as we stood in despair. The storm came and destroyed most of the mechanisms. The man who'd started it took it down in grief-stricken silence over the course of the next week. Russ watched that process with despondent eyes. A moving truck pulled up one morning, and we gathered on the street to watch his wife begin packing things. "Russ lost his job because he stopped showing up," she explained, "and now we can't afford the place anymore." She looked over at him with narrowed eyes and said hatefully, "I don't understand why he's doing this, but I'm not staying with an unemployed loser who would rather stand around all day than do some honest work." "This is honest work," he called over, crying despite his words. "It's tough standing here without rest. I do get tired, but someone has to do it." We watched her put Russ's son in the passenger seat and then drive off with most of the contents of his house. We looked to Russ. He gulped, wiped his tears away, and gave the flimsiest reasoning I'd yet heard. "It's more important that I stand here than go after my family. I didn't value them anyway." He seemed to give up after that, letting the sun sear his flesh day after day, and not even bothering to eat the worms that followed each storm. That was July. The first party our street had seen in months nearly sparked a riot. Our place was one of 2 on the street designated as off-campus housing, and the other house kicked off a kegger at about 7 o'clock one night. Outrage and anger flowed with us into the foyer of that house. The college guys therein turned down the music and had their friends hang back a second as the entire neighborhood crowded in. The old woman asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Having a party," one of the guys responded. "What's the problem?" "We're not being loud." I was actually the one who spoke next. I remember my righteous anger vividly. "How can you have a party while things are the way they are?" One of other guys who lived there protested. "So what? We're supposed to just stop everything and not live our lives because of the way things are?" The guests looked at us in confusion. The most painful part about that argument was that the guys were right. We couldn't just stop our lives because of what was happening on our street. The shouts and yells from each side were more about how we felt than any logical debate, and a fist fight broke out just long enough to knock over the keg and break 2 glasses. We held each other back and retreated as a neighborhood, leaving the college guys to their party. I was bitter, so bitter, and we all felt that bitterness together, until another neighbor had a party 2 nights later. A week after that, one of my roommates had our friends over for a board game night, and I had to admit that it felt like such a relief to return to normalcy. At the end of the night, I walked the last of our friends out, had one last joke and a laugh, and then waved after them. Russ was just a silhouette in the darkness, always there, but no longer on our minds all the time. Of course, the next morning the guilt hit me like a load of bricks as I stood over my coffee maker and studied the boil-covered red scarecrow across the street. His blue robes were growing tattered after months outside, and he looked like a burned corpse. Unfortunately, I had a stressful day ahead, and I couldn't afford to process my guilt at that moment. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I was the one who did it. I closed the blinds over the kitchen window. It was supposed to have been just for that day, just so I could get through the big project at hand, but the blinds never came back up after that. As a house, as a group, we stopped looking out the window, just like washing our cars, just like working on that Rube Goldberg machine, and just like our reaction to the party. My neighbors took that as a cue. Within 5 days, all the blinds on all the windows on the entire street were lowered. That first night that Russ was completely alone outside in the dark, with all the blinds closed, an absolute guarantee that nobody was looking out for him or at him, I laid in my bed staring at the ceiling and crying quietly. This was not like the other pains on this street, not like the ones that couldn't be articulated. I knew exactly what I'd done this time, and I could think and say the words since it was my issue and my guilt alone. I was the first one to close the blinds. I wanted to be the first to raise them again, to look out upon our neighborhood problem and force everyone else to open their eyes and unite again, but I didn't have the courage. I needed to work. I needed to pay rent. I couldn't be the one, because raising my blinds would mean acknowledging the problem, and I couldn't afford to be racked by guilt and confusion and pain any longer. Each night I prayed that someone else would be the first to raise their blinds. Surely someone would do it. It was the only conscientious path, and someone would definitely feel compelled to do the right thing. Then, we could all do it together. I'd put the issue out of my thoughts for so long that I was actually startled when I saw Russ healthier than before. With nobody mowing his lawn or trimming his trees, and with an abnormally rainy season, the greenery around him had grown to shade him nearly the entire day. His skin was back to a decent color where crinkled parchment had peeled off, and a large number of crickets and other bugs had taken up residence in his waist-high lawn. On these, he fed, reaching down to grab insects at random and eat them when the urge struck him. I'd looked because a car had pulled up, and I watched as a real estate lady got out and began pestering him. "Hey," I shouted from across the way, defensive over our issue. "You leave Russ alone." "This is ridiculous," she called back. "I need to sell this property and I'm never going to get a buyer interested in a property with a weathered homeless man standing outside of it." "He's not homeless," I shouted at her. "That's his home." "Not anymore. His wife got it in the divorce because he failed to show up to the hearings." I don't know why I said it. I meant the sidewalk. Somehow, at some unknown point, I'd accepted it as simply the way things were. The real estate lady glared at me and then at Russ, and then she got in her car and left. I knew what would happen next, and my roommates and I harassed the landscaping crew she sent until they got fed up and left too. If they mowed the lawn and pruned the trees, Russ would be in serious trouble. We congratulated ourselves for a job well done and went back into our house for board game night. That was August. The derisive talk began earlier this month. As the first chill of autumn hit the air, I think people instinctively knew that the worst was yet to come for him. Whenever we happened to glance his way, someone would spit and call him an idiot for standing there like that. Why doesn't he just go inside? Someone would ask. Yeah, what a dumbass, someone else would say. I just stared at them when they said things like that. I did wish it would stop, that he would stop. But I don't know. I just don't know. I was prompted to write this and share our situation because I saw it in myself. I saw my feelings turning toward blame and hatred. I asked the same questions. Why was he doing this? Why wouldn't he just go inside? But that strange dread notion that I could not articulate drove me to go outside and do something no one else had done in weeks. Talk to him. Hey Russ, I said by way of opening, since I had no idea what else to say. His hair was a mane and his beard was wild, but there was still a man under there. He coughed to clear his throat and then managed to say, Hey. There was really no beating around the bush. You gave up for a little while there, didn't you? He nodded weakly. What changed your mind? Why are you eating and drinking again? Why do you fight so hard to survive? I asked him, my heart full of compassion. I felt like I was such a great person for caring when nobody else did. I will never forget his bemused, angry laugh. He tilted his head and said, To stick it to you assholes. That was the one answer I'd never expected. We'd done so much for him, gone through so much guilt and angst and effort, but I guess I'd never thought about what it was like on the other side of the blinds, standing there night after night, knowing the entire neighborhood was avoiding looking at you. I don't have an answer. I don't have any answers. I wanted to tell him good luck, but it would have just sounded hollow. I nodded and went inside. This time I raised the blinds and stood by the kitchen window. As the first flakes of snow for the season began to fall, I accepted his angry gaze. Would the heat of his hate be enough to keep him warm through the winter? Summer seems impossibly far away, especially without so much as a blanket. And yet all the people who come over, all my friends and roommates and acquaintances, all just keep asking idly, why doesn't he just go inside? If only it were that simple. Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service Part 8, a firefighter who was helping us at the training op told me about a call he'd gone on, supposedly to help rescue a kid from an absolutely massive tree. He said they didn't give him details, just that they needed him to come out and help because they lacked the proper equipment. He'd been called out specifically because this thing was so huge that the SARS didn't feel safe trying to climb it. He'd been a tree trimmer before joining the VFD, so it was easy enough for him to grab his old equipment and come help out. He was led out about 2 miles, and the team stopped at one of the biggest trees in the area and pointed up. He laughed and asked the op captain how the kid had gotten up there, made some joke about the old cat in a tree thing, but the captain just shook his head and told him to get up there and get the kid down. He said he knew something was up, but he didn't push it. He said that as he climbed this tree, he started wondering if they were playing a prank on him. There was no way this kid should have been able to climb this fucking thing. It was massive at the base, but about halfway up it started tapering, and I almost had to turn back a few times because I really didn't think it was going to hold me. But he said he kept going, and when he was just about at the top, he saw a flash of blue in the branches. I saw the kid's shirt sort of caught in a branch, and I called out to him and told him to come near me if he could. But he didn't say anything. I kept moving, calling the kid's name and telling him not to be scared, that I was there to help him. By the time I got to him, I knew he wasn't going to answer me. I found him, or what was left of him, cradled in the fork of a branch, and the fact that he was up there was sheer luck. If he'd fallen any other way, he'd have come crashing down. It wouldn't have mattered though, because this kid was dead long before he ended up in that tree. I don't know who put him there, or how, or why, but it was fucking sick. Kid's intestines had popped out of his mouth and were hanging in the branches. It was like some sick fucking Christmas tree, the way they were draped all over everything. I got a better look and saw they'd even popped out of his ass. His guts were hanging out the bottom of his pants. His eyes were gone, I assumed shoved out from whatever force caused him to fucking pop like a stress ball. You ever seen a body that's been floating in water for a long time, how their tongues kind of swell up and stick out? His was like that. I remember because there were flies crawling all over it. I think I must have gone into shock because Man, I just pushed that kid down with a stick I broke off a branch. Just kind of poked him until he fell. I don't know why I did that. I almost lost my job because of that. But man, the thought of hauling that kid down over my shoulder the whole way, gathering his guts up and coiling them around me like rope so they wouldn't get snagged, I couldn't do it. I've seen a lot of dead kids, more than I'd ever admit. I've seen a kid who hid in a full bathtub during a house fire, boiled him alive, turned him into literal soup. But this, I don't know what did this, but the thought of touching that kid's body made me feel like I was going to lose my mind. I heard him hit the ground, and I figured everyone would freak out, but they knew he was dead when they sent me up there. They didn't say anything, but they didn't shout or freak out or anything. I got to the bottom, and I started to get up in the captain's face, asking him who he thought he was sending me up there when they knew damn well the kid was dead. But he just told me it was none of my concern and thanked me for getting the evidence down. I remember he said that. I remember it specifically because it was so weird to hear it phrased that way. The evidence. Like he wasn't even a person. Like he'd never been a little kid who got lost and had something fucking unspeakable happen to him. The captain had a crew lead me back out of the woods, but he and 2 others stayed behind, and I thought that was weird. Why wouldn't they have me help get the kid out? I tried asking, but the guys leading me out just told me they couldn't discuss an open case. I asked him what he thought had happened to the kid, and he got really pensive and thought about it for a bit. I would have said a crush injury, based on how his guts came out like that, but with those injuries you see massive contusions under the skin, obvious trauma. This wasn't like that. It was almost like that kid got caught in a big vacuum and had his guts sucked out. But even then, there was no trauma. None at all. It bothers me, man. It bothers the hell out of me. One of the vets at the training op reads No Sleep, and he recognized my stories. He knows me pretty well, and we've swapped stories before. He asked if he could share something he's noticed about the stairs, and some thoughts he had. I'm really glad you decided to share these. I think it's important that people be aware of what's out there, especially since the Forest Service is doing such a good job at covering it all up. I asked him what he meant. What do you mean? What do I mean? The lack of any kind of media attention? No coverage of missing kids, or bodies found miles from where they got lost in the first place? David Paulides hit this right on the head. The FS is doing everything they can to keep people coming here, even if it isn't safe. I mean, to be fair, it's not like these things happen every day, but the numbers add up, and it's worth looking into, especially the stairs. I was surprised you didn't mention the flipped ones. I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't remember him ever talking about something like that. He seemed somewhat incredulous. Dude, I can't believe you've been on this long without seeing them. No one told you about them? I shrugged and asked him to elaborate. Well, there's the normal stairs, the ones that pop up when we're out a ways. I know you know about them. But sometimes I've run across ones that are flipped upside down. I guess it would be like if you had a dollhouse and the stairs were a separate piece. Now take that, flip it upside down so the top step is stuck in the dirt, and put it out in the woods. They're like that. I don't see them as often, but they're odd, to say the least. Makes me think of footage taken after a tornado, when houses are all blown apart and random things are left standing, like chimneys and garden walls. Those ones freak me out more than the normal ones because I can't really write those off as easily. I don't scare very easily like most of us who work out here, but that idea stuck with me, and it bothers me. I'm going to try and find more out about them. He also mentioned how many people were bothered by the guy with no face. He got really excited and told me he'd seen something similar. I was out on a training exercise a few years ago. I was camped out in my tent and I heard someone walking around outside of camp. We're told not to wander far, which you know, so I wondered if maybe it was a rookie who'd gotten up to pee and couldn't find his way back. Remember that guy in our group a few years back who almost fell off the damn mountain? Well, I'm paranoid about that happening again, so I got up to see what was going on. I went to the edge of camp, and I called to whoever it was and told them that camp was this way. But they kept going back out into the woods. so I went after them. I know it was stupid, but I was half asleep, and I just really didn't want to deal with some idiot getting hurt. I followed this thing on a dead straight course for about a mile, and then it stopped on the edge of a little river. I could see the outline of it because the water was reflecting the moon, and it looked just like an ordinary guy. He had a pack on, and it looked like he was facing me. I asked if he was okay, if he needed help, and he cocked his head like he didn't understand me. I always have my pocket knife on me, and it's got a little thumb light attached to it, so I turned that on and lit up his chest so I wouldn't blind him. He was breathing slow and deep, so I wondered if he was sleepwalking. I went closer and asked him again if he was okay. I moved the light up, and something didn't seem right, so I stopped. He kept breathing in this real slow, deep breaths, and I sort of figured out gradually that that's what was bothering me. It was like he was pretending to breathe, but not actually doing it. His breaths were too even and deep, and all his movements were exaggerated, like his shoulders going up and his chest moving. I told him to identify himself, and he made this muffled noise. I moved the light up, and I shit you not, this guy had no face, just smooth skin. I freaked out, and I sort of fumbled my light, but I saw him move toward me, but he didn't actually move. I don't know how to explain it, but one second he was at the edge of the river, and the next he was 5 feet from me. I never looked away or blinked. It was like he moved so fast my brain couldn't keep up. I tripped and fell on my ass, and I could see this line open up on his throat. It stretched up to his ears, and his head tilted back, and he smiled at me with his throat. There wasn't any blood, just this gaping dark hole, and I swear he smiled at me with this gash in his throat. I got up and I ran as fast as I could back to camp. I couldn't hear him following me, but I felt like he was always right behind me, even though, when I looked back, I couldn't see him. I calmed down when I got back to camp. The fire was still going, and I guess that pack mentality of being with other people made me stop and breathe a little. I waited by the fire to see if he'd follow me there, but I didn't hear anything else for a few hours, so I went back to bed. I know it sounds weird, but the whole thing was just so surreal that it was almost like I immediately wrote it off as my imagination. We were telling ghost stories one night before bed just to scare each other and poke fun at whoever got creeped out. Most of the time it's the rookies, but one woman told a story that actually managed to get under my skin a little bit, and I know the same was true for others. She said it was true, but then again, every ghost story told around a campfire is true. Somehow, though, I don't think she was making it up. It had that ring of truth that only really traumatizing events have. She said that when she was a kid, she and her friend used to go out in the woods behind her house a lot. She lived in northern Maine, where there's a lot of dense, unpopulated national forest. She said the woods up there aren't like they are here. They're so thick in places that the trees block out the sun almost completely. She and her friend grew up there, so they weren't scared of being out there alone, but they did always maintain a sense of caution in certain areas. She said it was never really talked about, but they always knew not to go more than a mile or two beyond their homes. The adults never said why, but it was an unspoken rule that no one ventured out that far. She and her friend made up stories about bears as big as houses that lived out there, and they used to scare each other by hiding and making growling noises while the others searched for them. She said, one summer, there was a series of awful storms that blew down a lot of trees and set one part of the forest a few miles behind her house on fire. Fire crews got it under control, but she said some of them came back not quite the same. It was like they'd been to war. You could tell who'd really gotten scared because they had the same look on their faces. I think it's called shell shock. My friend and I said they were like Walking Dead people. They didn't smile or say anything if you went up to them, and most of them left town as soon as everything was over. I asked my parents about it, but they said they didn't know what I was talking about. Once everyone was told the woods were safe again, my friend and I decided to try and hike out to where the fire had been. We didn't tell our parents where we were going, and it was pretty exciting to think that we were disobeying them like that. We hiked out about 2 miles or so, and we started seeing burnt trees and stuff. I remember my friend got really upset because we found the skeleton of a deer curled up under a tree, and I practically had to drag her away. She wanted to bury it, but I didn't want her touching it because its antlers were weird. I can't remember why. I just remember thinking that there was something wrong with them, and I didn't want either of us going near it. The farther we went, the more burnt everything got. Eventually, there were no standing trees, and it was like being on another planet. Almost nothing green, just brown and black everywhere. We were standing there looking at it all, and we both heard someone shouting in the distance. I panicked because I thought it was my dad, and that he was going to tell me I was grounded. My friend broke off and went to hide behind a big rock because she said she didn't want to be caught out here. Her parents had forbidden her to come out in the woods at all, and she'd lied and told them we were going to a movie. I followed her, and we kept listening. I could hear this voice getting closer, and I realized they were calling for help. I thought maybe it was some hiker who'd gotten lost and needed directions back to town. That used to happen all the time, so I was used to helping people out. I heard him following my voice, so I kept calling out until I saw him running in the distance. He got closer, and I could see that his face was all red. I told my friend to give me her pack because she had a first aid kit. She made this noise like she was grossed out, and she asked if I saw his face. I told her to shut up, and I jogged up to meet him. I stopped about halfway, and when he stopped in front of me, I could see that his nose and lips and part of his forehead were all gone. It was like they'd been sliced clean off. He was bleeding bad, and I saw that the knees of his pants were red too. I took a step back, but I was too scared to move much, and he grabbed my shoulders. It felt like I got a shock, and he jerked back. He started babbling, and I couldn't tell what he was saying, except that he kept asking how long he'd been gone. He asked me where his unit was, but I just shook my head. He looked me over and he saw my Walkman and he screamed. He just kept babbling and touching his face, and I realized he wasn't wearing the right clothing. He had some kind of weird gray cloth jacket and almost formal pants on, and the jacket had these weird buttons and red borders on it. I kept shaking my head, and I told him I couldn't understand what he was saying. I went to open the first aid kit, but he just screamed again and said the only thing I could really understand, "Don't touch me. You'll make me go back there." After that, he ran off, and I could hear him screaming the whole time. When I couldn't hear him anymore, I turned around, and my friend was crying. I just turned around and started walking back toward town. She asked me over and over what had happened and who that was, but I didn't say anything. When we got home, I told her I didn't want to play in the woods with her anymore. We're still friends, but we don't talk about that guy. Not ever. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. "I'm Diana Winthrop, the director." We spoke on the phone. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. "You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset." The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. "Your studio is in the north transept," Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. "You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own." She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. "I prefer to use my own tools," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. "Of course," she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. "We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners." Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year, a sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. "Ah, right on time," Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. "We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine." She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. "Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation?" My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. "I think I'll unpack," I said. "It was a long trip." "As you wish." Was that disappointment in her voice? "The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry." I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" but he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. The others are deep in their work, Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold. The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration. She smiled, and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. Diana forages them herself. I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. "Oh, nothing about them is natural," James said from across the table. "That's what makes them." He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion," Diana said smoothly. "We're all very interested in your process." The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. "I work primarily with organic forms," I began, falling into my usual artist statement. "I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface." Yes, Diana interrupted. "But what are you really looking for?" The question caught me off guard. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident," Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. "We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern." "I'm just here to work," I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. "Of course you are," Diana said, that not quite smile again. "And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise." That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. "We find reflections distracting," said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. "Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies." I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. "They do that," James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. "They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit." "There's nothing there," I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. "It's just a blank canvas." He made that puppet jerk shrug again. "If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful." Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation," James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. I saw. Yes, she said. You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work. I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all three bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The third bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. My students submitted the most disturbing living history project I've ever seen. One of my least favorite parts about being a middle school history teacher is the bullshit living history assignments we give at the end of every school year. Kids are supposed to sit with their grandparents and videotape, voice record, or transcribe their oldest memories for posterity, and for an easy way to bring up their GPA. I have been doing this for 17 years, and when I collected the projects this time around, I assumed they would be as dull, if not duller than usual. This had not been a particularly bright class, so So I went home, poured myself a glass of wine, and prepared for a long night of, I only owned 2 pairs of pants when I was your age, and my brother got beat with a newspaper for hitting a baseball into a neighbor's yard. And of course these projects were peppered with innocent, old person comments that were so horribly sexist and racist you just had to laugh. Now, I had a girl in my class whom I will call Olivia. She was pudgy, quiet, and proved herself a consistent B student. I expected her project to be as unremarkable as her, and perhaps that's why I was so profoundly disturbed by what I witnessed that night. Olivia had submitted 2 discs for some reason, so I began with the one marked Interview. My screen hiccuped twice before a grainy image of a living room came into view. The place was a hoarder's hell. Olivia was curled up in an armchair, clutching a notebook and looking like a scared animal. Across from her sat a man with a somber countenance, smoking a cigarette and staring at her expectantly. "Go ahead," a woman's voice whispered from behind the camera. Olivia's owlish eyes flashed towards the screen, then back to the man. "I am here with my great-uncle Stephen," she began almost inaudibly. "He is going to tell us about his oldest memories from being in the army." Great-uncle Stephen looked like he'd rather be in a goddamn trench at the moment, but he waited patiently for the questions to begin. Not surprisingly, Olivia read verbatim from the suggested questions sheet I had handed out to the students. He answered her curtly. Once or twice I heard her mother whisper, "Speak up, Olivia," from behind the camera. Typical, boring shit. So I was intrigued when Olivia set down the notebook and asked, "Did you like being in the army?" That was totally off script. Great-uncle Stephen emitted a chain smoker's wheeze. "Nope, glad to get out of my town though. Where did you go?" "Balkans." "Uh-huh," she said. I doubted she knew what the Balkans were, and my suspicion was confirmed when she asked, "Was Balkans very different from here?" "Yes." Mom cleared her throat from behind the camera, perhaps encouraging Great-uncle Stephen to be a little more forthcoming. But Olivia seemed genuinely interested. "Uncle Stephen," she asked, "what is your very worst memory from the army?" The old man crushed his cigarette in the ashtray and then slowly lifted himself out of his chair. "I'll be back," he mumbled. The camera cut off. When the screen flashed back on, everything was the same except Great-uncle Stephen had several pieces of paper in plastic sleeves laid atop all the crap sitting on his coffee table. One he held in his hand. "I was a kid when I enlisted," he said, looking at Olivia. "Your brother's age," he told her. Olivia nodded. "I never saw combat. Both of my deployments were to cities in Eastern Europe that had been destroyed by civil wars. Everything was a mess. I felt like a janitor for fucksa." "Ahem," Mom coughed. Great-uncle Stephen sighed and looked at his paper. "My unit was assigned to a school that had been obliterated by all the violence. Broken windows, caved-in rooms, and for some reason, the part that got to me the most was that the school had been like this for years before we got there. No one had lifted a finger to fix it. I saw kids walk by it on their way to go beg for money or whatever shit they did." The camera dipped towards the floor as I heard Mom whisper harshly at Great-uncle Stephen. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it wasn't hard to imagine. "Do you want to hear this goddamn story or not?" I heard him bark in response. "Then you better let me tell it how I want." "Mom," Olivia chimed, "please stop interrupting. Are you presenting this in front of the class?" "No, Mom, we're just handing it in to the teacher." I'm sure he's heard the word shit before. Great-uncle Stephen contributed helpfully. I wasn't a he, as a matter of fact, but other than that, the statement was accurate. The camera was lifted, and after a couple of blurry focus adjustments, the shot was the same as before. "Ah, I'm talking too much anyway," he grumbled. He lifted the piece of paper in his hand close to his face. "In the basement, I found this letter. I didn't know what it said, but I had a buddy of mine translate it, so I'm going to read it now. And then I'll tell you what I saw in that basement." A chill ran down my spine. Mom zoomed in to Great-uncle Stephen and his letter. His palsied hands trembled as he held up the paper. This is what he read. "Dear Sir, I never loved my country. So many of these skirmishes are born from patriotism, a power struggle for the shards of a once great empire. But I do not care what name my home has on a map. This fighting is senseless, and I stay as far away from it as I can. It was not these attacks and disorganized violence that took the lives of my wife and child. It was illness. Mercifully, it happened quickly for the baby. Nadja suffered for longer. I watched in horror, knowing I could do nothing for them. My only solace is that I was there for them every step of the way. I stopped going to work one day, and no one came after me. I doubt they noticed I was gone. Since the school was simply across a field, visible from my window, it would have been easy to go for a few hours each day and come home quickly to care for them. But what was the point? All I did was clean floors. I was as useless to the world as I was to my family. I tried to take Nadja to the hospital, but the journey was too long and taxing. I brought her home, and she died that night. After Nadja and the baby were gone, well, I don't remember much. I didn't leave my hovel, barely ate and slept, thought many times of taking my own life. Tempting though it was, I felt paralyzed by my own helplessness. The one thing that kept me sane was my radio. I never turned it off once, even though I didn't listen to the words being said. In fact, the channel I got the clearest was in English, I think, which I don't speak a lick of. But the voices, the music, and the true knowledge that life existed beyond this violent city sustained me. I have no idea how long passed before I saw the light of day again. I was dizzy from hunger, so finding food was my priority. My radio came with me, of course. Since I first holed myself up, it has gone everywhere with me. It talks to me as I sleep and as I wake. I don't know what it's saying, but I know I would die without it. Once I had some water and food, it occurred to me that the only thing left to do was go back to work. So I did. The following morning, I simply returned to the school where I was a janitor and got back to work. Nobody made a big deal out of it. Like I said, Nadja had been sick for a long time, and those who worked at the school knew it. I appreciate that no one had pestered me to come back to work during the hardest days of my life. The teachers never said much to me, but we smiled at each other in the halls, and that mutual respect was perhaps the reason I decided to come back at all. The place had gone to the dogs without me, so I simply grabbed my broom and rags from my closet and set to cleaning. Everyone is grateful to have me back, I know. And the best part is that nobody minds my radio. I bring it with me everywhere and keep the volume low enough not to disrupt the students. No one has ever complained. In fact, I suspect they like it. The schoolhouse is not very big, but does require a lot of maintenance. The floors are always sticky and stained, so I spend most of my time mopping. Kids make messes. I guess that's why I'm still in business. Sometimes I have to move things around to make sure I get every spot on the floor beautiful and clean. But I take pride in that. And the repairs. The school always needs tune-ups here and there, and I am happy to help. Some days I'm reconstructing a desk that broke as I whistle along with the radio. Other times I handle more serious structural issues. Days when I have work like this, I feel truly instrumental, like a cog in a larger machine. How could this school survive without me? It took me a long time, but I once again feel that I have purpose. There is a larder behind the school that is full of preserved food. In lieu of payment, I am allowed to take as much food as I need. That arrangement is fine. What would I do with money anyway? I used to bring the food back to my home, just one field away from the school, but when I started sleeping in the basement, no one seemed to notice. This school is special to me, and I cannot leave it unguarded. When I am besieged with memories of my wife and baby, I turn up the volume on the radio to drown out such thoughts. It works for me every time, except this morning. Because this morning, I woke up to dead silence. I frantically examined the radio to see what had happened. I honestly cannot tell you how many days in a row I have been using it. Did it simply live out its life and die naturally? I have spent the entire day trying to fix it. Most of this time I have been crying. I am losing my mind without it. I have given myself until sundown. If I cannot fix it by then, I'm going to take my life. I am writing this because the sunlight is starting to die, and I know what my fate shall be. I have thought about taking one last walk through the halls of my school, saying goodbye to the students and teachers. I know I will be missed, but I cannot bring myself to leave this room. I cannot go anywhere knowing that my radio is dead in here. There are no more tears in me. It feels now like I can't catch my breath. I vomited what little food I had in my stomach, and I am growing dizzy again, like I did after Nadja died. I am not long for this world. But before I take my life, I have closed the door to this room and stuck a chair beneath the handle. It is the only room in the basement and has a small casement that lets in just enough light for me to see what I'm doing. If anyone is kind enough to come looking for me, they should not be met with this gruesome sight. Perhaps they will see the door is blocked, smell my rotting body, and simply forget I ever existed. But I have placed both my radio and this note outside the door. Kind sir, if you're reading this, I have one humble request. Please fix it. Save my radio. It did not deserve to die in its sleep, and I am ashamed that I cannot revive it. Now I am ready to join Nadja and little Ludmilla in heaven. I hope this school can find another janitor who loves and cares for it the way I do. The hour is now. Do not forget my radio. Stanislav. When Mom zoomed back out, Olivia had tears in her eyes. Thank you for sharing, Uncle Stephen, Mom said, her voice choked. I think we have enough. Wait, Olivia chirped. He said there's more. What did you find? Before Great Uncle Stephen could open his mouth, the image disappeared. My jaw dropped. Was that it? What did Great Uncle Stephen see? I promptly remembered that there was a second disc. This one was unmarked, but I hoped it contained the rest of the interview. There was no video, only audio. The voice that started up was Olivia's. Hi, Miss Garrity. I'm sorry about my mom, but she refused to record the rest of what my uncle was saying. But I asked him to continue and secretly recorded the story as a voice memo on my phone. I remember you said earlier this year that history is written by the people who win wars. She sucked in a breath and commenced crying. But everyone's history is important, even if they are sad, pathetic people, and even if they never won a single thing in their life. I haven't slept through the night since I finished this project, but you have to hear what my uncle has to say. There were tears in my eyes, too. The sincerity of her words was beautiful. I was also flattered that she had remembered some trite phrase I threw around because it was what my history teacher said to me. Before I got too sappy over it, the audio began again. Fine, came Mom's frustrated voice. If you want to hear the rest of the story, fine, but this is not appropriate for a school project. Let me finish, Great Uncle Stephen snapped. If it's too much for you, help yourself to a snack in the kitchen. But Olivia wants to know what happened. I heard her mother mumble something and walk away. Olivia and her uncle were alone. I imagined her looking at him expectantly. So did you find the radio? Or did it get ruined when the school got blown up? He rasped, and I heard the distinct click of a lighter. That letter, he began slowly, had a date on it. What date? She inquired hungrily. It was dated 2 weeks before we started rebuilding the school. Didn't you say the school had been destroyed like 2 years ago? Yes, replied Great Uncle Stephen. It had been. There was silence as I felt goosebumps on my arms. The images that came to my mind were almost too overwhelming to express, but Great Uncle Stephen put them into words effortlessly. Clearly he had spent his whole life thinking about it. This man, this Stanislav, went to a vandalized, fallen-apart schoolhouse and cleaned up blood and rubble like it was spilled drinks and dust. He smiled at dead bodies in the hallway and believed they were smiling back at him because they liked his radio. He moved around corpses so he could sweep the ground under them. The roof was half collapsed, so when it rained, he must have gotten soaking wet, but was so oblivious that he didn't even feel a thing. I could hear Olivia crying steadily. I found the larder he was talking about. It was all pickled, preserved food that probably tasted like shit. Most of the stuff was moldy. Did you see the dead body? Yes, hanging from the ceiling, but still amazingly lifelike. He wasn't rotting away. This hadn't happened years ago. Did he look peaceful? She asked, a chord of desperation in her voice. Couldn't tell you. The smell was rank, and his face was blue and his eyes were bulging like this. I imagined him demonstrating. And the radio? Olivia wept. I heard Great Uncle Stephen take a long drag of his cigarette. It was there, and it was still on. The phone call. There's an old saying that nothing good happens after 2 a.m. I used to dismiss it as something parents tell their teenagers to keep them from staying out late. Now I know better. Now I know that the real horror begins at exactly 3:33 a.m. It started 3 weeks ago. I was jolted awake by my phone's ringtone, that default iPhone marimba, that suddenly seemed sinister in the dead of night. The screen's harsh blue light illuminated my bedroom as I fumbled to silence it. Through bleary eyes, I saw my own phone number displayed as the caller ID. I almost declined the call. Looking back, I wish I had. But curiosity got the better of me. After all, how could I be calling myself? Hello? My voice was thick with sleep. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then I heard breathing, slow, measured breaths that seemed somehow familiar. A chill ran down my spine as I realized why. They were mine. I would recognize the slight whistle on the exhale anywhere, caused by a deviated septum I'd had since breaking my nose in high school. I hung up immediately, my heart pounding. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat up until dawn, telling myself it was just a glitch, a crossed line, or maybe even a dream. But deep down, I knew better. The next night I was wide awake at 3:33 a.m. staring at my phone. Right on schedule, it rang, my number again. This time when I answered, I heard myself breathing, and then something else, quiet sobbing. My own voice, crying in a way I hadn't since my mother's funeral 5 years ago. It went on like this, night after night, always at 3:33 a.m., always my number, always my voice, doing something different. Sometimes whimpering, sometimes humming that lullaby my mother used to sing, sometimes reciting fragments of poems I'd written and never shown anyone, things only I could know. I tried everything to make it stop. I changed my number twice. I bought a new phone. I even tried staying at hotels, but the calls followed me. I stopped sleeping, surviving on coffee and fear. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers started asking if I was okay. I wasn't. Last night was different. When I answered, I heard myself whisper, "Tomorrow night, I'll finally show you why." The voice was mine, but wrong somehow, hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well or a grave. So here I sit in my locked bedroom watching the minutes tick by. It's 3:28 a.m. now. My phone is on the nightstand, screen dark. My hands are trembling as I write this, trying to document whatever happens next, because I know something is going to happen. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. 3:29 a.m. I'm thinking about all the times I've heard my own voice on the other end of the line. Was it really mine? Or something else? Something that's learned to mimic me so perfectly that even I can't tell the difference. 3:30 a.m. 3 minutes left. My throat is dry. The silence in the room feels heavy, pregnant with possibility. I've triple-checked the locks on my doors and windows. Not that it matters. Whatever's been calling me, I don't think locks will stop it. 3:31 a.m., 2 minutes. I'm remembering something my mother told me when I was small, about how the veil between worlds is thinnest in the hours before dawn. She was always superstitious, my mother. I used to think she was silly. Now I'm not so sure. 3:32 a.m., 1 minute. My phone screen just lit up on its own. No notification, no reason. Just glowing softly in the dark, like a beacon or a warning. 3:33 a.m. It's ringing. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hit the answer button. But I do. Hello? My voice cracks. Hello, Sarah? My voice answers back. But this time it's not coming from the phone. It's coming from behind me. I spin around and there I am, standing in the corner of my bedroom. But wrong, so wrong. My skin is gray and waterlogged, my hair hanging in wet ropes around my face. Water drips steadily onto the carpet, forming a dark pool at my feet. My other self's eyes are milky white, but somehow I know they can see me. "What are you?" I whisper. My doppelganger smiles, revealing teeth that have gone black with rot. "I'm you," it says in my voice. "From the lake. Don't you remember the lake, Sarah?" And suddenly I do. 5 years ago, right after my mother's funeral, I was drunk, devastated, driving too fast on the winding road that borders Lake Marshall. The guardrail gave way like it was made of paper. The water was black and cold. I remember the car filling up, remember thinking that maybe this was okay. Maybe I'd see my mother again. But then I changed my mind. I fought my way out of the sinking car, swam to the surface, survived. Or at least, that's what I thought happened. "You never made it out," my other self says, taking a step closer. Water squishes in its shoes. "Your body is still down there, Sarah. Still strapped into that car at the bottom of Lake Marshall. What's left of it, anyway." "No," I shake my head. "No, that's not possible. I'm here. I'm alive. I've been alive for 5 years." "Have you?" it asks. "Think hard, Sarah. When was the last time you felt hungry or thirsty? When was the last time you actually slept instead of just lying in the dark waiting for my call? When was the last time anyone other than your coworkers spoke to you?" I open my mouth to argue, but the words die in my throat. Because I can't remember. I can't remember any of those things. 5 years, my other self says softly. 5 years I've been down there in the dark, while you've been up here pretending to be alive. But it's time to stop pretending now, Sarah. Time to come home. It reaches for me with gray, bloated fingers. Its touch is cold and wet against my cheek, and suddenly I can feel the water filling my lungs again, can feel the pressure of the lake crushing down on me, can feel the slow decay of 5 years beneath the black water. The next morning, Sarah Chen doesn't show up for work. Her co-workers notice her absence, of course, but none of them seem particularly concerned. In fact, when asked about her later, they have trouble remembering exactly when they last saw her. Some say it was yesterday, others swear it was last week, and a few insist they haven't seen her in years, not since that tragic accident at Lake Marshall. The police eventually break down her door and find her apartment empty. The only unusual thing they notice is a large wet spot on her bedroom carpet, roughly the size and shape of a person lying down. But by the time they think to take samples, the spot has dried, leaving no trace behind. At the bottom of Lake Marshall, in the rusted remains of a 5-year-old car, 2 bodies sit side by side in the driver's seat, identical down to the last detail, slowly becoming one again in the endless dark. And somewhere, a phone rings at 3:33 a.m., waiting for someone to answer. Why I didn't shower for 21 years. I have nightmares where I'm trapped in a shower. The drain is plugged, and the water won't stop pouring down on me. Water rises to my ankles, to my waist, and then over my head. The shower curtain turns to glass, and my screams turn to gargles. A dark figure presses its face against the glass on the other side, and it watches me. I plead, but it won't let me out. I swallow water and flail helplessly in my glass coffin. I wake up gagging. I know where the nightmare came from. I never have to dig deep. The incident is never far from my subconscious. Finding it is easy. Getting over it is not. It was the summer of my 12th birthday when the Hudsons moved in across the street. 3 people, one of them a really old woman. She was tiny, frail, skeletal almost. Thin white hair, faded blue flowery dress. Her head hung from her neck, and it wobbled as the man pushed her up a makeshift wheelchair ramp into the house. At the time, I couldn't figure out if she was alive or dead. A few minutes later, she appeared in an upstairs window, sitting in her wheelchair. She was directly facing my bedroom, and I cautiously peered out from behind my curtains. Her head was upright now, and she stared at me. Just stared, without moving her head an inch. I closed my drapes. For days she sat at the window. She watched the cars putter down our suburban road and gazed at the neighborhood kids scurrying through their yards. I never saw anyone else in the room. Never saw her move from that wheelchair. At night, I'd nervously peek through the crack in my drapes. Her silhouette was still in that window, lights off, staring out into the darkness at my bedroom. I couldn't tell, but I knew she was watching me. The stories about her cropped up pretty quick amongst my friends in the neighborhood. That she was a witch, that she was just a doll, that she was actually dead. But I knew she wasn't dead. Sure, I never saw her move from that window, not once, and I never saw her head turn, but I felt her eyes move as they studied me. I could feel her watching me. All alone in my bedroom, in the middle of the night with my drapes firmly shut, I'd wake up and shudder. Her eyes were on me, I just knew it. I began sleeping on the floor. The lower I was, the better. Maybe she couldn't see me if I was on the floor. I told my parents that the old woman across the street was creeping me out. I pleaded with them to talk to the Hudsons and ask them to move her to a room without a window. They laughed and told me to let her live out her twilight years in peace. She was just watching the street, they said, and that probably made her feel happy and feel younger. "Are you just going to stick me in a windowless room when I'm an old lady?" My mom laughed. "Remind me to move in with your sister when I'm in a wheelchair." A week later, there was some commotion at the Hudsons. I watched from my bedroom window as the man ran out of the house and opened up the double doors of his van. He jogged inside, and he reappeared minutes later pushing the old woman in her wheelchair down the ramp. She looked frailer than before. She couldn't have weighed more than 70 pounds. Her head was flung to the side, resting on her right shoulder. Her body jostled in the wheelchair, but her eyes never left me, watched me the whole time. The man picked her up and placed her in the car. He folded the wheelchair and stuffed it in the trunk. He quickly hopped into the driver's seat. The younger woman pounced into the passenger seat, and the man put his foot to the pedal. The old woman's limp head still faced me. It bobbed up and down as the van reversed down the driveway. I studied her face. It was expressionless, emotionless. Her tongue slightly hung from the right side of her mouth, but her eyes were on mine, and they stayed on me. The van accelerated down the street, and it was gone. My parents heard the news that afternoon from other neighbors. The old woman's condition was getting worse, and the Hudsons had taken her to some sort of a home. She wouldn't be coming back. I went straight to my bedroom, and I looked across the street. I smiled. Her window was finally empty. The Hudsons didn't come back the next day. No van. That night, I looked out towards the old woman's window. There was no one there, no wheelchair, but the bedroom light was on. I remember telling my dad I thought it was strange, and he just shrugged and said, "Must be on some sort of timer or something." I woke up in the middle of the night and nervously peered out my bedroom window. That bedroom light was still on. It suddenly flicked off, and I ducked below my window frame. I slowly rose and looked out, expecting to see the silhouette of that tiny skeletal being. I watched for 10 minutes, pinching and straining my eyes. The lights quickly flickered on and then off again. I slept on the floor again, clutching my pillow close. I had a late baseball practice the next evening. When I got home, my house was empty. My parents were at my little sister's softball game. I headed to the shower to rinse off. About 3 minutes into my shower, I felt cold. The hot steam was escaping the bathroom somehow, which didn't make sense because I had shut the door. I wiped the shampoo from my eyes, turned my head, and I heard a strange noise that would haunt me in nightmares for years. The metal rings of the shower curtain being dragged across the shower rod. Someone was slowly opening the curtain. The shampoo stung my eyes, and through the stinging I saw a dark figure behind the curtain. Long, pale, bony fingers gripped the curtain as it slowly opened. I instinctively backed up in the shower, and the curtain opened completely. There stood the old woman. I must have only looked at her for 1, maybe 2 seconds, but at that moment, time stood still. All these years later, I can still draw you a vivid picture of the horrifying image in front of me. Disheveled white hair, crazy in her eyes, bones jutting out from under her stretched skin, stark naked, blotchy skin, warts all over her body, skinny breasts hanging to her waist, hair where I didn't know people could grow hair. She smiled grotesquely, and I felt the shower tile against my back and the hot water pound my face. In her other hand, the old woman held a letter opener. "August," she mumbled. "August, August, August." I leaped past her, knocking her tiny body to the floor. I ran downstairs, naked and sopping wet. In my panic, I somehow remembered I was nude, and I yanked a pair of shorts out of the hamper in the laundry room, sending the hamper crashing to the floor. I hightailed it on foot down the street, eventually winding up at my friend's house. When the police arrived, they found the old woman, crumpled to a heap in the bathroom. The shower was still running. The policemen were all really nice to me, admiring me for my bravery. I told them what she said to me, "August," and asked if they knew what she could have meant. "It will be August in a few days," one of them shrugged, "and you can never fully understand old and crazy, son." The Hudsons only came to our street once more to retrieve their stuff. The "for sale" sign was up in days. My mom told me they couldn't face the neighbors for what happened. Apparently they had taken the old woman, the man's mother, to a special home downstate. Somehow, some way, the woman managed to escape the home and caught a bus back to our town. It never quite made sense to me. She was so old, so frail, so helpless. She could barely move those weeks she lived in that house. How had she managed to travel hundreds of miles on her own? Anyway, you can imagine what this did to me. I didn't shower for 21 years. I took baths, which I suppose aren't that different. It's still a tub, and it involves hot, soapy water. But a shower, with its closed curtain, water peppering the tub floor and steam climbing the walls, you get lost inside your own head in the shower. Thoughts consume you, and it feels so utterly safe. For a few minutes, you are alone from the world. It's your own private, misty kingdom. But that's what makes the shower dangerous. You're enclosed, vulnerable, naked. You're exposed. I talked to people about it. My parents, a shrink. But mainly I tried to push the incident deep down into places where I couldn't find it. I didn't talk about it with anyone since I was a kid. Life carried on. Besides the baths, I was pretty normal. A few months ago, something inside me clicked. I felt the urge to re-examine the incident. It was almost like a voice in my head was telling me to do it. My head wanted closure. I spent hours online one night trying to track down any information on the Hudsons and the old woman. I finally found what I was looking for, an obituary for the old woman. She had died 4 years ago. Somehow that walking skeleton hadn't checked out for another 15 years. The obituary photo was a black and white picture from when she was a young woman. It was a photo of her and her deceased husband on their wedding day. His name was August, and he looked exactly like me. I closed the browser and stared at my computer desktop for 10 minutes. It finally made more sense why she called me August, why she was obsessed with watching me. Maybe she used to write letters to her husband, and that's why she was clutching the letter opener that night. For a small moment, I felt a little better. Things always feel better when they make more sense. "Honey, is everything okay?" It was my wife. "I think so," I said. I took the first shower I had taken in years that night. I didn't even jump when the curtain rungs dragged across the shower rod and my wife entered. But as she embraced me under the hot water, one question wouldn't leave my head. How come the young woman in that wedding photo looks exactly like my wife? The security camera. The first time I saw my husband's double, I thought it was a glitch. I had just installed our new security system that afternoon, one of those fancy setups with motion detection, night vision, and smartphone connectivity. David thought I was being paranoid, but after the string of break-ins in our neighborhood, I wasn't taking any chances. Besides, as a software engineer who often worked late from home, I liked having eyes on our property when I was alone at night. The cameras had been running for less than 6 hours when my phone buzzed with its first motion alert. 2:01 a.m. I was still awake, catching up on some code reviews in my home office. The notification showed a still from our backyard camera, a dark figure standing motionless in the grass. My heart rate spiked until I recognized David's familiar silhouette. His broad shoulders, the slight slouch he'd developed from years hunched over keyboards, that distinctively messy bedhead I'd tease him about. I figured he must have had trouble sleeping and stepped out for some air. Not totally unusual. He'd been stressed about the upcoming product launch at work. I was about to dismiss the alert when something made me pause. The figure was completely still. Not the natural shifting of weight or subtle movements you'd expect from someone standing outside. Just perfectly, unnaturally motionless. That's when I realized he wasn't looking around the yard or up at the stars. He was staring directly at our second-floor bedroom window. Our bedroom window, where I could see the warm glow of our bedside lamp still burning. The lamp I always left on because David liked having some light when he got up to use the bathroom. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I pulled up the live feed from the indoor security camera I'd installed in our bedroom. There was David, curled up under the covers on his side of the bed, chest rising and falling in the peaceful rhythm of deep sleep. I looked back at the yard camera. The figure was still there, still staring. I closed my laptop and crept upstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Our bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. David was exactly as I'd seen on camera, sound asleep, occasionally making the soft whistling sound through his nose that I normally found endearing, but now sent chills down my spine. I crossed to the window on trembling legs. The yard below was empty. I checked the security footage immediately. At exactly 3 a.m., the figure had simply vanished. One frame it was there, the next gone, with no movement in between. I rewound to the beginning of the incident. Same thing. At 2 a.m. sharp, it had appeared instantaneously in the middle of our yard. I barely slept that night, watching David's peaceful face in the lamplight and trying to convince myself I'd seen some kind of technical glitch. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, and the next, always at exactly 2 a.m. always standing in the exact same spot, always staring at our window with David's face. I started sleeping less and less, spending my nights hunched over my monitors, documenting every detail. The figure never moved, never shifted, never blinked, just stood there, a perfect carbon copy of my husband, staring up at where we slept, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried telling David about it over breakfast that first week. He'd laughed it off, assuming I was joking. When I showed him the footage, he'd frowned and suggested it must be some kind of video artifact or reflection. He promised to stay awake with me the next night to see it in person. But when 2 a.m. came, he was sound asleep despite his promises. No amount of shaking would wake him. I watched in horror as his duplicate appeared in the yard right on schedule, while David slumbered beside me, impossibly heavy in a sleep that seemed more like unconsciousness. That's when the differences started. It was subtle at first. David would wake up groggy and irritable, with no memory of having promised to stay up with me. He'd zone out during conversations, staring blankly into space until I touched his arm or called his name. His appetite changed. He, who had always been a picky eater, suddenly started devouring his food with mechanical efficiency, like he was fueling up rather than enjoying a meal. Then came the physical changes. His skin seemed slightly waxy, especially in the mornings. His movements became more precise, more deliberate, losing the natural clumsiness I'd always found charming. Sometimes I'd catch him standing perfectly still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But the eyes were the worst. David's eyes had always been a warm brown, crinkled at the corners from his ready smile. Now they seemed darker somehow, flatter, empty. I started documenting these changes too, in an encrypted file on my laptop. I knew how it would sound if I told anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood in our yard each night wasn't just watching us. It was studying us, learning, preparing. And David wasn't really David anymore. I began sleeping in my home office, claiming I had too much work to come to bed. I installed more cameras throughout the house, hidden ones David didn't know about. I watched him when he thought he was alone. The way he would practice expressions in mirrors, like an actor rehearsing for a role. The way he would sometimes forget to blink for minutes at a time. The way he would stand in empty rooms, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But it was the footage from last night that finally broke me. I was reviewing the bedroom camera feed from around 5 a.m., just before David usually wakes up. The video quality was poor. There had been a storm, and the power had flickered several times. But I could clearly see David's form under the covers. Then came a power surge, the image distorting with static. When it cleared, the bed was empty. I frantically checked the other cameras. Nothing in the hallway, nothing on the stairs, nothing in the kitchen or living room. David had vanished from our locked and alarmed house without triggering a single motion sensor. Then movement caught my eye on the yard camera. A figure walking slowly back toward the house. David's figure. It moved with that same mechanical precision I'd grown to dread, but now there was something else in its gait. A confidence, a purpose. It looked up directly at the camera, smiled, not David's warm, natural smile, but something that just stretched his lips without touching his eyes. Then it raised one hand and waved, holding up a familiar keychain. My keychain, the one I'd left on my office desk when I'd finally passed out from exhaustion an hour earlier. I'm typing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 2 towns over. My hands won't stop shaking, because I know what this means. The thing in my yard, the thing wearing my husband's face. It's not watching anymore. It's done learning, done practicing, done replacing. And now it's coming for me. My phone buzzes, another motion alert. I don't want to look, but I can't help myself. It's footage from one of my hidden cameras inside the house, my office. There's a figure standing in the doorway. It's wearing David's face, but the movement is all wrong as it turns its head to stare directly into the camera. Its smile is impossibly wide now, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. In its hand is my laptop, the one I'd left behind in my panic to escape, the one containing all my documentation, all my evidence. As I watch, it waves at the camera with that horrible smile. Then it does something worse. It speaks. "Coming home soon, honey? Don't worry. I'll wait up for you. After all..." The thing wearing my husband's face leans closer to the camera, its features distorting slightly, like melting wax. I never sleep. I throw my phone out the car window, watching it shatter on the asphalt. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely grip the steering wheel, but I force myself to focus. I need to drive, need to get far away, need to warn others. But as I reach for the ignition, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Have my movements always been this precise? Has my skin always had this waxy sheen? When was the last time I blinked? I look closer at my reflection, at the thing wearing my face, now smiling, and I begin to scream. Friends, on the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I had gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower, I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there is no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast. The dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor, and apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced, because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with the towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into his very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't yet met my friends already. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside of a more pleasant one. By the time we arrived at the school, My classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I had brought a marker to school, hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put the marker in my pocket that morning. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too." "I think Michelangelo's the coolest," he said while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of rebutting by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I thought to try my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" As I pulled out the marker, he asked me how I broke it. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood. He seemed impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote "fart" on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked Josh if he wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom, and she said it would be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But Josh and I, to my surprise and delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities coalesced, our senses of humor complemented each other's, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend, I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses. But he said that he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said that he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift and apologized for that, but I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple days. I asked him what happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards, since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day, so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a couple dollars in them, and the ones from my family members contained larger bills. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on its face, and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday, because it was actually a little dingy. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I'd always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall to the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed in the card. "I love you." Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed my friends, looking at their faces trying to discern who had played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that two people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them. but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than the subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on. Show everyone." I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk as much since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I'd tried so hard to bury. When everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished we could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often." "I really will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple months later he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn the details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. And after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all that they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of Josh's friends' parents to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him, or had any idea of where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there is no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterward. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. This was too much for her, and over the next couple weeks she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home, and there were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying, so he could be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position and was hired. He was qualified to lead the build sites, but he took a job as a laborer helping to build frames and clean up the sites and whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything that to keep from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable property. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the 3rd day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he'd drive over it, it would remain lower than all the surrounding land. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years and knew that root systems from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundations above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was shallow enough to fix without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. And as my mother described where this was, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil was broken and before it had been filled in. I felt a tightening in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet down until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our minds will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. Down here. Now. Son. Please, God. When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed that it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past him to look in the hole. She told me she wished she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater. And I told her that I knew what she was about to say and that she need not continue. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known of this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with a proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw, and as I sit here, I'm met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood that had followed these lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him he had not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched into his face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh, and as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflected by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her, and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling, and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all these years. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell him now would help nothing. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke. "I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy—" His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment he stood up, still shuddering, and lumbered toward the grave. With a final sob he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped and the body fell back down on top of his son. "You motherfucker!" He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off of Josh and sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step. "Oh God. Oh God, no. No, 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 please God, no." In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. "Oh, Josh," he sobbed, "my boy, my baby boy, why is there so much blood? What did he do to you?" As my mother looked at the man who now lay facing upwards, she realized she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil and always terrifying, and the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, She thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. Not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or horror story. Not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived as she realized just how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what had happened. They were alive. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began crying when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. My initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were all far too small. After Josh's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while expanding it, as if that would somehow matter now. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found this spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back toward my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault. I did this." "You can't think like that. There was nothing." He interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife's not working right now, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought this guy was a sucker since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. But I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put the bill in my hand, and I did the job the next day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it after it was done. I didn't think about it until today when I pulled that same guy off of my son." He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into a sob. "He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy." It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say, and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh. "His final resting place won't be here with this monster." As she looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got into my car and left. I understood now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eyes now. I thought about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I had really loved her. I thought about my mother. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly, I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade for everyone but me now. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends. Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. I didn't know Will could draw. I remember thinking as my friend's hand quickly moved across the page. And then I looked more closely at Will's impromptu sketch, and I immediately regretted it. I tried to unsee it. I shifted my attention to other things around me, anything at all that wasn't ink on the page. The blur of Will's hand, the beads of sweat gathering at his temples, the gentle autumn breeze creeping through the crack of the window. Don't look at the page, just don't look at it. But I knew I had to, so I looked, and it was worse than I expected. Much worse. Will had sketched a near-carbon copy of those wartime Uncle Sam posters, except not quite. The suit was there. Bow tie check. But no Uncle Sam head. The Uncle Sam body had the head of a goat. The animal flashed a welcoming, toothy smile. A hoof pointed at me, nearly coming right out of the page, but it didn't want me to join the U.S. Army. No, this goat-headed creature had something else in mind. I want your kids. Under that declaration, in slightly smaller letters, it read, "At Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. Opening soon." I'd never heard of Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone before yesterday. The place, I quickly learned, played host to a significant moment in Will's childhood. And although I'd been good friends with him for 15 years, he'd never told me the story. But today, he'd opened up. I wasn't trying to reopen any wounds from his past. I just wanted him to tell me a story. Any story. I'd been listening to a lot of NPR and being inspired by their storytelling segments and slices of American life. I purchased some professional recording equipment and set up a makeshift studio in my house. My goal was to capture and archive the stories of my friends, relatives, really anyone who had something to say. Call it boredom. I was a widower with a 7-year-old son. Besides doting on my kid, I needed something productive to fill the time. My recording area was cozy, just a couple microphones, a small table, a few chairs. I'd sit a few feet from my interview subjects. The intimacy would induce real honesty and emotion. That was the plan, and it worked a little too well. I never thought my storytelling experiments would go so wrong, so quickly. And it wasn't just Will's story and his sketch of the Uncle Sam human-goat hybrid thing. Before I'd interviewed Will, I heard another version of Will's events from the other person involved in the Family Fun Zone incident. Will's wife and my good friend Caroline. Caroline and I dated for a little while in college, a stretch of time we now joke occurred in a parallel universe. we were never supposed to happen. We decided. Instead, there was some sort of a cosmic hiccup, and different universes intersected for the briefest of times. Our relationship was over before it started. Caroline then began dating Will. The two lived happily ever after, and the three of us have been close ever since. Caroline and Will's history predated our collective existence in college. The two went to high school together. But I never knew exactly what they'd experienced as classmates and friends. Not until I set up my little recording studio. I interviewed Caroline first, and Will's interview occurred the following day. Both of my friends requested I not tell the other about the contents of their respective interviews. I'm certainly not planning on it. Both interviews were long and free-ranging. I'll just transcribe the relevant portions of their stories, the stuff about relationships and about Uncle Jerry's family fun zone. It's important that these stories be shared in some form. Excerpt of Caroline interview. So how did you and Will meet? We went to the same schools growing up, but we weren't friends or anything like that. You know how you kind of know everyone you go to school with, but most people are just on the periphery? That was Will. Always there, but not really. We ran with different circles. You can't pinpoint the moment you actually met for the first time? I can't. I can remember the first meaningful interaction we had, though. I was writing for the school paper, and, God, I can't believe I actually wrote for the paper because I was a terrible, just horrible writer, and I was researching a story. It was a legend in our town, something all the kids talked about, but no one could prove. Did you have any of those? I think so. I'd have to think about it, but I'm sure I had some. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. One of those, my brother's friend's mechanic had this experience type thing. It was pretty famous growing up where we did. Kind of a spook story to scare kids from staying out late at night or running around doing irresponsible things. It was this place called Uncle Gary's Family Fun Zone. Gosh, I haven't thought about that place in years. Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone? Just saying it out loud sounds so weird, right? Just completely and utterly made up. And when we got older, most of us thought that it was made up because it was just a silly and stupid legend. So of course it would have a ridiculous name. What was the legend? It's been so long. But from what I remember, it was a children's play zone type place that existed in the late 70s or early 80s. No one could pinpoint it. But the story was this guy, Jerry something, but everyone called him Uncle Jerry, inherited a piece of land out in the woods from his grandfather. He took all of his money and turned it into the fun zone. You know, slides, games, trampolines, kind of like an indoor rec type place, but all barnyard themed. So the place looked like a red and white barn with a silo, but inside was all of this kid stuff. He built this out in the woods. That's what everyone said. But the messed up part was what happened there. Apparently like 30 some years ago, the kid slid down the slide and just vanished into the ball pit, like there was no trace of him. I think he was only 4, maybe 5. I can't remember for sure. Anyway, they emptied the ball pit and everything. The only thing at the bottom was a trapdoor and a crawl space that led nowhere. It just dead-ended. No one knew why it was there. But yeah, the kid vanished, the town freaked, Jerry split, and the place shut down. And that really happened? Every kid in town believed it. The story was that it was some sort of a hellhole that sucked down small children, that it needed to be fed. Like it swallowed up that kid, and if anyone went near the place, it would swallow you up too. Don't explore too far from home or you'll stumble across Uncle Jerry's. But you get past middle school and you think it's all bullshit. Was it bullshit? You said you were writing a story about it for the newspaper and you met Will? Yeah. So I decided to write about Uncle Gary's, and Will heard about it. He joined the newspaper club because he wanted to help. I think he just wanted to spend time with me, but he helped me with my research. We talked to people, looked at old newspapers, spent a lot of time in those creepy library stacks. That's where Will held my hand for the first time. God, we were so young. Did you find anything? Nothing. There was no record of the place. We even talked to the police department. They had nothing. Did they know what you were talking about? Oh yeah, everyone had heard of Uncle Jerry's. And everyone was really nice about helping us, but nothing factual existed. My article was going terribly. It was all dead ends. Was that what you expected? I don't know what I expected. I just thought it'd be a cool article. So I had a lot of interviews of people telling the stories, and I was going to write this oral history type article. But then, God, I haven't thought about this in years. Will came to me. He said he knew where the fun zone was. He said he had directions to a place that didn't exist. Will said that it did. It was out in the woods, down some roads that weren't on the maps. How did he get those directions? It's been so long, I honestly can't remember. Did they fall out of some ancient book at the library? I think that's what happened, but he had them. Did you go there? I've never told anyone this. No one. I can't believe I'm telling you right now. Will and I haven't talked about it since it happened. Wow, really? It's okay, we don't have to keep going. No, it's fine. It's just... Seriously, Caroline? I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you or ruin your marriage by making you dredge up terrible memories. That's not what I'm trying to. It's okay. I want you to know. I want you to know it wasn't supposed to be there. It just wasn't. What happened was Will was going to go there first to make sure it was safe, and I'd meet him there later on. And I did. I followed the directions perfectly, down all of these forgotten dirt roads that used to be real roads. Right turn at a rock the size of a Volkswagen, go 3/4 of a mile and take left at the pine tree with the downed limb, stuff like that. All landmark stuff. But the directions were perfect. I drove what felt like forever down this bumpy road, and it just ended. Nowhere else to go. And there was Will, standing at the side of the road next to his car, hands jammed in his pockets. And he had this look in his eyes. He just looked different. It's almost like after that night there were two Wills. The first Will, who had worked on the story, helped me research and held my hand in the library. He was so sweet, just so shy, tender, innocent. But after that night he'd changed forever, like he never looked at me the same way again. And we've been married now for 9 years and together since junior year of college, so 13 years. And he's never looked at me the way he looked at me in the basement of the library back in high school. It was that night at the fun zone that changed him. I know it. It was that night. Caroline, have you ever thought about us? Like, what if our parallel universe had fully intersected forever with the real one, and we were together? I haven't. Look, I think I should stop recording. Please don't. It's just me and Will. 9 years, no kids, no babies. And he just doesn't look at me like he's supposed to. He's supposed to give me a baby, and we're supposed to be living this love story. But something went wrong. And it all started that night. What happened? On that night, I pulled off to the side of this dirt road that no one had driven on in probably decades. And, like I said, Will just seemed different. I asked him if he'd found it, and he said that it was there. Uncle Jerry's family fun zone was there. Will grabbed 2 flashlights from his car, and we followed a path through some brush. Then it kind of emerged before us, nestled in the trees. The barn, the silo, everything. It was so strange. It was almost like it materialized, if that makes sense. It was dark, so yeah, I know what you mean. And there was this picket fence around the place, and each board was painted either yellow, green, or light purple. And it held up better than it should have. The paint should have completely peeled off, or maybe the whole thing should have fallen down, but it was in good shape. Did you go inside? We came all that way, right? The main entrance was this huge wooden double door, probably 15 feet high, and above it was the sign, Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone, with this picture of a cartoon farmer with a piece of straw hanging from his mouth. And the sign had been vandalized. Someone had spray painted X's over the farmer's eyes, and nearly every letter had been scribbled out. Everything except for fun, but the F was turned into an R, and an exclamation point was added. So it just read, run. So we weren't the first people that'd been there. And I remember thinking, I don't know if this makes me feel better or worse. Who went in first? Will did. He pushed open the door, and it creaked the whole time. I was nervous someone would hear it, but we were out in the middle of nowhere, you know? So that was kind of dumb. Will raised his flashlight and jumped backwards into me. We were staring at this giant goat statue made out of fiberglass. Had to have been 7 feet tall. It was standing on its hind legs with its other front legs reaching out like it was hugging something invisible. I guess it was a photo op. Stand inside it, take your picture. And they were everywhere. What was everywhere? Fiberglass farm animals. Goats, sheep, cows, pigs, all standing on two legs, all of their front legs extended. They were scattered around the whole place, almost like soldiers keeping watch. Most of them were covered with some black soot substance. I ran my hand across one of the sheep. The soot was probably a half-inch thick. I still remember it trickling through my fingers. It was wet and almost gooey. I honestly don't know what it was. What else was inside? Slides. They were everywhere. Slides, jungle gyms, swinging bridges, a basketball court. We crept around for I don't know how long, just not believing it was real. And it was just so dark and utterly silent. We got turned around so many times. It was like we were going deeper and deeper. And I know this doesn't make sense, but it felt like we walked longer than we should have. Like the place was bigger on the inside than it looked on the outside. At one point, I remember looking back at Will and saying, "It's like a maze in here." And right at that moment, we almost ran into a sign that said, "Uncle Jerry's Amazing Cornstalk Maze." We were right at the entrance to a maze, but it wasn't made out of corn. The walls were wooden, with cornstalks painted on them, and there was no way we were going in there. Not a chance. Did you find the ball pit? We did. It was at the bottom of the tallest and widest slide in the whole place, right in the center of the barn. And the pit was just massive. Had to have been 40 feet wide and maybe 6 feet deep, but it was empty. No plastic balls, just a giant barren pit, and there was a ladder going down into it. And from where we were standing, we saw the hatch. Will looked at me and he just kind of shrugged and he said, "This is why we are here, right?" We climbed down, and as we walked towards the hatch, our feet echoed, but it was a different kind of echo. Like it died quickly, too quickly. Almost like something was sucking away the noise. I can't believe you guys did this. I guess it was adrenaline. Our flashlights were directly on the hatch, and it had one of those round steel rings, no lock. We stared at it for a while without saying anything, almost like we were expecting it to start pulsating or to pop open, but we wanted to know what was inside. Had to know, so we decided to do it together. We grabbed the steel ring with both hands and pulled it up. I thought I'd be greeted by the bones of that dead kid, but there was only the smell that rushed us. It was very cold and crisp, and with a tiny whiff of sulfur. Will hopped right in, and I reluctantly followed. The stories were all true. It was a crawl space to nowhere. We crouched down and crawled about 20 feet, and the tunnel just ended. Nothing but a smooth steel wall. We ran our hands across it. Maybe we'd find a secret handle or trigger a button or something, but there was nothing. And then we heard the noises from above. Holy God. Something had jumped into the pit, because the first thing we heard was this single, reverberating thud. It was unmistakable. And then the footsteps directly above us, walking towards the hatch. We killed our flashlights and pressed our backs into the steel. Will put his arm around me and covered my mouth, and I did the same to him. My legs started trembling and bouncing on the floor, and Will grabbed it, steadying it. We listened as the footsteps got closer to the hatch, and then they just stopped. And I wanted to look down the tunnel. I did. But I didn't want whatever was there to see the whites of my eyes, because I was terrified it would give me away. But I felt its presence across the tunnel. I knew it was there. I felt it leaning down and staring at us. I'm sure about that. I even heard it breathing softly. Did he say anything? No. It just watched us for a while, and I never opened my eyes. And the next thing I remember is the hatch slamming shut, and both Will and I jumping and hitting our heads on the crawlspace ceiling. We stayed there silent for, it had to be an hour. We eventually worked up the courage to crawl to the other end in pitch black, and I was praying, just praying that this thing or person or whatever wasn't inside this crawlspace with us. We were too scared to even turn on our flashlights. Every inch we crawled, I thought, this is it. I'm going to reach out and feel something warm and snarling. But we made it to the end, and we slowly raised the hatch. Thank God it hadn't locked us inside. We climbed out and we ran, just ran. I don't even remember my legs moving beneath me. I remember it being, I was in the crawl space, now I'm outside, now I'm at the car. Just like that, we were safe. Did you tell anyone about this? Did you write the article? Will followed me to my house. We promised each other to never talk about it ever again. We were done. No article, nothing. Why not? I think we stumbled across something we were never meant to see, and something knew we were there, and I think it let us off with a warning. We didn't want to make it mad. We were given a second chance. You keep calling it it? Is there a reason for that? Just a hunch. Just the sounds it made when it walked, the vibe it gave off. It didn't feel human. I honestly can't believe you haven't talked about this since high school. You or Will haven't brought it up? Not once? I love Will, but it changed him. It changed me. How long has it been since Grace died? 15 months. And you two didn't have secrets or things you didn't talk about? We talked about everything. At least for my part, and I'm sure she wasn't keeping anything from me. What's that like? To have a marriage like that and a child to love? I think what we had was rare. And Tyler is my world. He's my everything. Do you ever think? I turned off the recording. Caroline was traveling down a road that I had no interest in going. She left shortly thereafter, making me promise to not share anything with Will. I gave her my word. At one point I dropped the digital recording of her interview in the trash icon and hovered over the empty button for a few seconds. But I couldn't do it. I dragged it back to a folder on my desktop. Will came by the next day for his interview. It began plainly enough. The first 20 minutes focused on his grade school years, his baseball playing days in college, and his love of 80s action movies. Nothing revelatory, nothing deep. That quickly changed. The interview direction veered towards love and marriage. I tried to avoid it, but it came up organically. Will hesitated, contemplating. I'd hoped we'd detour right around it, but he looked at me sharply in the eyes and said, "Have you ever heard of Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone?" I lied, and I told him that I hadn't. He grabbed a sheet of paper from my desk and sketched out the Uncle Sam typed flyer for that cursed children's fun zone. That's where this interview excerpt kicks in. Excerpt of Will interview. I was sitting in class. I think it was Spanish. And I look over, and this beautiful girl in the row next to me is furiously scribbling in her notebook. And she's drawing this. Will holds up the sheet of paper. I can't explain it, but I was drawn to it. There was something about it. So I stopped her after class, and I asked her, "What's Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone?" Because I'd never heard of the damn place. Was it a place in town? That's the thing. It apparently was some kids' play area type place in the 1970s, and some little kid drowned in a ball pit, if that makes sense. Caroline told me the whole story, saying it was the most famous legend in our town and she was writing a newspaper story about it. But I'd never heard of it. I asked all of my friends, my parents, teachers, and I always got the same response. "What are you talking about?" And that made me more curious. Is this beautiful girl putting me on, or does she have a wild imagination? Because according to Caroline, this legend was as famous as Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster or whatever. Are you sure you weren't asking the right people? Google it. You'll find absolutely zero about Uncle Jerry's Family Fun Zone. And if a legend is that famous, wouldn't it have some presence on the internet nowadays? Anything at all? Zero results. That's pretty incredible. And back then it wasn't just people I knew. I joined the newspaper club, mainly out of this incredible fascination to find out more about this girl and why she was obsessed with this legend that didn't exist. And we interviewed dozens of people for the story. Historians, cops, librarians. We got a lot of strange looks. No one had ever heard of Uncle Jerry's, which only made me more curious. Did you guys get together? I know you started dating in college. I didn't know you had a history. Not really. I mean, almost. Caroline had this pull on me that was hard to explain. We were spending a lot of time together, and she was gorgeous and funny and motivated. Man, just motivated to find out more about this Uncle Jerry's place, and I liked it. Even when I thought she was maybe a little crazy, I liked it, but she wasn't crazy, so it was real? Here's the thing. We had no clues or leads, and I was just hoping she'd give up. You know, drop the whole thing and we can start dating and doing normal teenage things or whatever. But one night, and shit, I haven't thought about this in forever, I was up late cramming for a test, and I see this bundled up old guy walking down my street. Just kind of putzing along, and the guy looks like he's 200 years old. and he stops at the end of my driveway, reaches into his overcoat, pulls something out, and slips it in my mailbox. And I was like, what the hell is this? I stand up, and he snaps his head and looks right at me. It was freaky, just freaky. I dive down on the floor and don't have the balls to look outside for another 10 minutes. By that point, he was gone. What did he put in the mailbox? I found out in the morning. It was directions, scribbled on a napkin. Weird-ass directions, like drive down this dirt road and look for the tallest tree, then turn right type directions. I immediately knew it had something to do with Uncle Gary's. I just knew it. Did you tell Caroline? Here's the thing, and this will sound terrible, and I can't believe I'm telling someone, but here's what happened. This Uncle Gary's thing had been going on for weeks, and I know I said I liked the fact that Caroline was obsessive over it. But things turned weird quick. She kept coming over to my house to hang out, but she didn't seem too interested in me. She was more interested in my brother, who was 2 at the time. And, God, it's hard to explain. It wasn't like a normal I like playing with your brother thing. It was creepy. The way she looked at him, it was almost like she needed him for something, that she was going to snatch him. Like we'd come home one day and David would be gone, and it was because Caroline took him. Wow. I don't expect you to understand any of this. It doesn't make any sense, but I felt it. I'm telling you, it was real. In my heart, I had this hideous feeling it was all related to this Uncle Gary's family fun zone obsession. I thought Caroline was looking for this place and was going to offer up my brother as some form of a sacrifice. Just saying it sounds so messed up. You probably think I'm yanking your chain. I mean, this is my wife we're talking about here. This is Caroline. It's fine. You don't sound like you're lying. I wouldn't. Not about this. Did you tell anyone? No. They'd probably think I was the crazy one. The whole thing was insane beyond belief, but I had to know what she was up to, so here's what I did. I told Caroline I'd found directions to Uncle Gary's. Told her they had been folded up in some library book about the town's history or something. I gave her directions to the place, and I told her I'd check it out first. But here's the thing. I gave her the wrong directions. What do you mean? I made them up. Wrote down a bunch of gibberish. They led miles outside of town in the opposite direction, and then I followed my directions, the ones the old man left me, and they led me right to it. It was real. This Uncle Jerry's place, it was real, man. It made no sense. And then Caroline showed up, with the wrong directions. I'll never forget it. Seeing her car pull up, she should have been 40 miles away. But here she was. And that's when I knew. There was something wrong about her. Something wrong about that old man. Something wrong about that place. It was like Caroline was magnetically drawn to it. Uncle Jerry's family fun zone. Like it exists because she believes it exists. I decided at that moment that there was some form of evil forces in the world that I would never understand. Never. And Caroline was wrapped up in it. How was the place real? Like I said, it didn't make any sense. Nothing did. We even explored the place for a while, and it was, Christ, it feels like I'm going back there right now. And I never wanted to go back. Never. That musty smell, those animals that towered over us like monsters. It's just, Will, why don't we end this? No, just a little more. There's some things that you should know. I'd never seen Caroline so excited. Still haven't. I swear she was bouncing around that place. Wanted to explore every inch. She even pulled me into some horrifying corn maze I thought we'd never get out of. And then we found it. We found the place where that kid had disappeared. Caroline pulled open this hatch in this enormous, empty ball pit, and we wiggled through this crawl space that dead-ended. And then we heard something. Someone else was inside the barn. We heard its footsteps above us, and it was stomping around. I thought, maybe it was the old man, because who else would know we were here? Was it the old man? It wasn't. No way. We were huddled up at the end of the crawl space, and my legs were shaking so bad I thought they would spring free from my body. Caroline held them down for me. She was so calm, just so calm. The hatch opened, and in the dark I saw this figure kind of lean down. It definitely wasn't the old man. It was too skinny. It couldn't have been a person. It just couldn't. So we stared at it from across this crawl space, and at one point I turned to look at Caroline, and she was watching this thing with this little grin on her face. And that thing kept right on looking and breathing, and then, all of a sudden, it kind of sniffed the air, like it was smelling us. And the voice, God, I'll never forget it. It was this voice that was deep and raspy and terrible all at the same time. It said, not young enough. Then it slammed down the hatch, and it was gone. We waited a while, and when we thought it was safe, we ran back to our cars. Will, if I thought that we'd talk about this, I wouldn't have asked you to do this. I mean it. I never intended for it to be like this. It's fine. It's just someone needed to know. I'm just glad it's you. If I can ask, and if you don't want to answer, that's totally fine. Why are you with her? Why are you married to Caroline? Because someone had to marry her, and it had to be me. Does that make sense? I know what happened at that place. I know that there's evil things in this world that have grabbed hold of her, but she's better. She never wrote that article, never talked about Uncle Jerry's family fun zone since then. I'm not sure if she even remembers it. Maybe the evil is gone. It could be gone forever, but I'm always waiting for it to come back. And that's why, I'll tell you this, but this goes to the grave. Yeah? Yeah. She wants to have kids. Caroline wants to have a baby. But it won't be with me. I got a vasectomy years ago, back in college actually. I won't give her a baby, not after everything that I know. But now she wants one. More than anything, she'll find out. If you guys do fertility, the doctors will find out. I know. What will you do then? I don't know, no. My original hunch about my interview experiment was correct. There was just something about the microphones and tight space that elicits honesty. What I experienced with Caroline and Will was the rarest forms of honesty, an honesty I hope to never ever experience again. I wanted to rid myself of the entire situation. Even having the audio files just felt wrong, like I was allowing evil to fester. But then I remembered what Will told me. Someone needs to know. So I spent hours transcribing their interviews, dumped the text file on a USB drive, and tossed it into a box in my closet. I deleted the audio files from my computer and then put my microphones and recorders out to the curb. It just wasn't worth it. But the purging didn't cure me. I was haunted by Will and Caroline's stories. And it wasn't just the horrific situations they found themselves in as high schoolers. It was the secrets and lies they've lived ever since. Will and Caroline came over for dinner a few weeks after the interviews, and it was like nothing was wrong. We drank, we laughed. I watched Will touch the small of Caroline's back, and Caroline gently caress Will's elbow. It all seemed so frighteningly normal, but I knew what they were living with, and it terrified me. The next day, the doorbell rang. It was Caroline. She'd left her sweater at my place and was here to pick it up. It was my first time being alone with her since the interview. I was worried she'd bring up Uncle Jerry's family fun zone, or wanting to have a baby, or she'd again gently broach the topic of me and her, and what could have been, or what could be. I just wasn't sure. I retrieved her sweater from the kitchen and walked her to the front door. I tried to read what was going on beneath her eyes, and I looked for a flicker of that evil that Will said grabbed hold of her all those years ago. I didn't see it. I just saw a lonely, sad woman who wanted more out of life than what she was given. We reached the front door, and Caroline looked over towards my living room. Tyler lay nestled into the cushions, lost inside the pages of a fantasy book. Caroline smiled longingly at my boy and said to no one in particular, "Not young enough." The empty frame. I never should have bought that antique mirror. The elderly woman at the estate sale seemed almost desperate to get rid of it, practically pushing it into my hands while rambling about family heirlooms and traditions. I thought she was just another eccentric trying to clear out her mother's belongings. The ornate silver frame was exactly what I needed for my photography studio's vintage aesthetic, and at $20, it was a steal. If only I'd noticed how she wouldn't look directly at its surface, or how her hands trembled when she handed me the receipt. The first few weeks were unremarkable. Clients loved posing in front of the 8-foot mirror, especially for wedding photos. The way it seemed to catch and amplify light gave every reflection an ethereal quality. Several people commented that they looked younger in it, more vibrant somehow. I started to think I'd discovered some old-world craftsmanship secret that made everything more beautiful. Then came the day I noticed the delay. I was cleaning the studio after hours, wiping down the mirror's surface, when I saw my reflection pause for a fraction of a second before lowering its cleaning cloth. At first, I convinced myself it was just fatigue from a long day of shoots, but as I stood there, deliberately moving my arm up and down, the lag became impossible to ignore. My reflection was following my movements just slightly out of sync, like a video feed with bad latency. I should have gotten rid of it right then. Instead, I did what any modern person would do. I started documenting it. I set up my camera equipment to record the mirror while I moved in front of it, thinking I could maybe go viral with proof of some weird optical phenomenon. The footage never showed anything unusual. The lag only happened when I was alone with it, watching with my own eyes. That's when the smiling started. It was subtle at first. My reflection would hold its smile a beat too long after I'd stopped, lips still curved upward, while mine had already fallen neutral. Then it started smiling when I wasn't smiling at all. I'd catch glimpses of it grinning at me while I was turning away or packing up equipment. Once, I swear I saw it wink. The clients never noticed anything wrong. Their reflections behaved perfectly normally, mirroring their movements with exact precision. But sometimes, in the background of their shots, I could see my own reflection watching them with that unnaturally wide smile, even though I was behind the camera. I started covering the mirror with a sheet at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me through it. But every morning, no matter how securely I'd fastened it, the sheet would be on the floor. The mirror's surface would be flawless, without a speck of dust, as if someone had just cleaned it. One evening, as I was rushing to finish a wedding album delivery, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo that included the mirror, my reflection was standing in a slightly different position than I remembered being in while taking the shot. In some, it was turned toward the camera when I knew I'd been facing the couple. In others, it was closer to the clients than I'd ever stood. And in every single one, it was smiling that horrible, stretched smile. I started having nightmares about my reflection reaching through the glass, its fingers elongating into silver needles as it tried to pull me in. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that looked like someone had been trying to grab me. The mirror seemed to grow larger in the dark, its frame extending like twisted branches across my studio walls. Things came to a head during a senior portrait session. The girl was posing in front of the mirror when she suddenly screamed. When I rushed over, she was shaking, pointing at the reflection. "Your eyes," she kept saying. "Your eyes were all wrong." I apologized profusely, blamed it on weird lighting, and offered her a full refund. After she left, I finally worked up the courage to really look at my reflection. For a long moment, nothing seemed amiss. Then it tilted its head at an impossible angle, and I saw what the girl had meant about the eyes. They were silver, like the mirror's frame, and they were looking at me with an intelligence that was definitely not my own. That night, I decided the mirror had to go. I called a friend to help me move it, not wanting to face it alone anymore. But when Jake arrived, he walked right past it without seeing it. When I pointed to the massive frame, he looked confused, asking if I was feeling okay. To him, there was nothing but an empty wall. I reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and for the first time, my reflection didn't mimic me. It stayed perfectly still, watching as my fingers made contact with the glass. The surface felt like ice water, and my hand sank through as if it were liquid. My reflection's smile grew impossibly wide as it reached out and grabbed my wrist. I tried to pull back, but its grip was like steel. I screamed for Jake, but he had already left the room, still unable to see anything wrong. The last thing I heard was his footsteps fading down the hallway as my reflection pulled me forward, through the mirror's surface, into a world where everything was backwards and bathed in that strange silver light. I'm writing this from the other side now. I can see out into my studio, but everything is reversed, like a photo negative. People come and go, but they can't see me frantically pounding on the glass. My reflection, the thing that took my place, runs my business perfectly. It talks to clients, takes their photos, and smiles that terrible smile that no one else seems to notice. Sometimes other trapped souls drift past me in this silver void. Their eyes are hollow, their mouths frozen in eternal screams. Some have been here so long they're barely human anymore, their forms distorted like reflections in a carnival mirror. They whisper about the others who were pulled through, generation after generation, feeding the mirror's hunger for new reflections. The elderly woman from the estate sale is here too. She's the one who told me about the mirror's origin, how it was crafted centuries ago by a silversmith who made a deal with something ancient and hungry. She warned me that the mirror needs to be fed regularly. That's why it takes new owners, why it has to keep replacing worn-out reflections with fresh ones. I watch as my imposter hangs a for sale sign in the studio window. The price listed for the mirror is $20. I want to warn potential buyers, but all I can do is press my hands against the glass and hope they notice how their reflections smile just a little too long, how their movements aren't quite in sync. Yesterday, a young photographer came to look at it. She was so excited about the vintage frame, just like I had been. I screamed until my throat was raw, but of course she couldn't hear me. As she handed over the money, I saw my replacement's smile stretch wider than any human mouth should go. Last night, I watched as it finally dropped its disguise in the darkness of the closed studio. Its silver eyes gleamed as its face split open like a blooming flower, revealing rows of mirrored teeth. It pressed its forehead against the glass and whispered, "Soon you'll fade like all the others. But don't worry, I'll find someone new to take your place." I know now why the mirror's surface is always so clean. We press ourselves against it constantly, trying to break through, trying to warn the next victim. Our desperate fingers leave no prints, our tears leave no streaks, our blood leaves no stains. We are nothing but reflections now, trapped in this silver void, watching the world through a window we can never break. The young photographer comes to collect the mirror tomorrow. As I write this, I can see my replacement preparing the studio for her arrival. It's humming quietly as it polishes the frame, and in the deepening darkness, I swear I can see other faces forming in the mirror's surface. Hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass, all wearing that same horrible smile. We are all just reflections here, endlessly watching, endlessly waiting. And somewhere, in an antique shop or estate sale, another mirror from the same silversmith is waiting too, its surface pristine, its frame gleaming with an otherworldly shine. Perhaps you've seen one. Perhaps you've noticed how your reflection moves just a fraction of a second too slowly, how its smile lingers just a little too long. Whatever you do, don't look too closely. Don't let yourself be drawn in by that silver light. And if you ever see your reflection smile when you're not smiling, run. But know that it's probably already too late. After all, we all thought we could escape too. Now we're just faces in the glass, watching helplessly as the cycle continues, as the mirror feeds, as new reflections join our ranks in this endless silver void. And somewhere out there, right now, someone is admiring their reflection in a beautiful antique mirror, not yet noticing that their smile isn't quite their own anymore. The portrait's promise. The roses were dying again. I stood in the suffocating midnight air of the conservatory, watching their velvet petals curl and blacken before my eyes. 3 days. That's all they ever lasted in this house, no matter how tenderly I cared for them. The humid air pressed against my skin like a damp shroud as I touched one withering bloom, its once crimson petals crumbling beneath my fingertips. Just like before, I whispered, my voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The words hung in the air, trapped by the stagnant atmosphere that had plagued Maison St. Clair since I'd arrived 6 weeks ago. Even now I couldn't quite believe I was here, that I'd inherited this sprawling plantation house from a grandmother I'd never met. The lawyer's letter had arrived on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, transforming my predictable Boston life with a few strokes of elegant script. As the last living descendant of Elizabeth St. Clair, those words had set everything in motion, drawing me inexorably south to this decaying testament to old money and older secrets. I pulled my hand back from the roses, wiping the dark residue on my thin cotton nightgown. The fabric clung uncomfortably to my skin, already damp with sweat despite the late hour. Through the conservatory's grimy windows, I could see the moon hanging low and bloated in the Louisiana sky, casting sickly shadows through the Spanish moss that draped the property's ancient oaks. The portrait watched me from the far wall, as it always did. Even here, among the dying flowers, I couldn't escape great-great-grandmother Elizabeth's painted gaze. Her likeness hung in every major room of the house, a peculiar insistence of the will that I hadn't questioned at first. Now, 6 weeks in, I was beginning to understand why the previous caretaker had lasted barely a month before fleeing. Elizabeth's eyes followed me everywhere, painted with such skill that they seemed to hold real depth, real judgment. In each portrait, she wore the same high-necked black dress, the same severe expression, and the same golden locket gleaming at her throat. The one detail that varied was the collection of blood-red roses she held, sometimes a full bouquet, sometimes a single bloom. In this particular painting, the roses were arranged in a silver vase beside her, their petals captured mid-wilt. "What are you trying to tell me?" I murmured, stepping closer to the portrait. The floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet, the sound oddly muffled by the dense air. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine as I studied Elizabeth's face. There was something in her expression that seemed different tonight, a slight curve to her lips that I hadn't noticed before, as if she were about to speak. The locket at her throat caught the moonlight, and I reached up instinctively to touch its twin, which hung cool and heavy against my own skin. Finding it among my grandmother's belongings had been the first strange coincidence in a house that seemed to manufacture them. Inside was a tiny daguerreotype of Elizabeth herself, mirror image to the portraits that surrounded me, down to the roses in her hand. A sudden draft stirred the air, the first movement I'd felt all night, carrying with it the sickly sweet scent of decay. The roses, I thought at first, but this smell was older, deeper, rising from somewhere beneath the floorboards. My stomach clenched as another wave of the odor washed over me. "Just the bayou," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. The words sounded hollow in the dense air. The temperature dropped suddenly, raising goosebumps along my arms. I wrapped them around myself, fingers clutching at my biceps as I watched my breath form visible clouds in the newly chilled air. The change was impossible. It had been stifling moments ago, yet I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. Behind me, a petal fell from one of the dying roses, its soft impact against the wooden floor somehow loud as a gunshot in the midnight silence. I spun toward the sound, heart thundering against my ribs, and found myself face to face with my own reflection in the conservatory windows. For a moment, in the darkness beyond the glass, I could have sworn I saw another face superimposed over mine, older, severe, wearing an expression of grim satisfaction. The locket at my throat grew suddenly, impossibly cold. I gasped, fingers flying to the metal that now felt like ice against my skin. As I touched it, the catch sprang open, something it had never done before, and a scrap of yellowed paper fluttered to the floor. My hands trembled as I bent to retrieve it, the ancient paper crackling beneath my fingers. The handwriting was faded but elegant, the same script I'd seen on documents throughout the house, Elizabeth's own hand. The message was brief, but its words sent a chill deeper than any cold draft through my body. Blood calls to blood, and debt calls to debt. The roses remember sweet Eleanor, and so must you. I looked up at the portrait, my breath catching in my throat. Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine, and this time I was certain her expression had changed. The slight smile had broadened, revealing teeth that gleamed too white, too sharp in the moonlight. The smell of decay grew stronger, rising through the floorboards like a physical presence. My head swam with it as memories began to surface, memories that couldn't possibly be mine, yet unfolded with the vivid clarity of lived experience. I saw Elizabeth in this very room, her black dress stark against the riot of roses that bloomed unnaturally red. She held a silver gardening knife in one gloved hand, its blade stained dark. "The price must be paid," she whispered to someone I couldn't see. "The roses must be fed." The vision hit me with such force that I staggered, catching myself against the wall. The painted Elizabeth's eyes bored into mine as more memories crashed through my mind, the sharp tang of blood mixing with the scent of roses, a body being dragged across these very floorboards, the roses blooming brilliant red, fed by something darker than water. "No," I stammered, pressing my hands to my temples. "These aren't my memories. They can't be." But even as I denied them, I knew they were true. They were Elizabeth's memories, passed down through blood and bone, waiting for the moment when the last St. Clair daughter would return home. The locket burned cold against my skin as another memory surfaced. Elizabeth standing before a fresh grave, roses scattered across the turned earth. "The bargain is sealed," she said to the night air. "My roses will bloom eternal, fed by the blood of the guilty, and when the debt comes due, my own blood will return to pay it." My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, the rotting boards soft beneath my knees. The smell of decay was overwhelming now, and as I watched in horror, dark liquid began to seep up through the cracks between the floorboards. It wasn't water. The liquid was too thick, too dark, and it carried the metallic tang of old blood. The roses suddenly straightened in their vases, their withered petals unfurling and flushing with unnatural life as they drank in the dark liquid. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile grew wider still, and I could have sworn I heard her voice, distant yet crystal clear. "Welcome home, Eleanor. The roses have waited so long for fresh blood." I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The dark liquid had reached my knees, staining my white nightgown with spreading crimson blooms. The roses continued to revive, their petals now a red so deep it was almost black, and I understood with horrible clarity what Elizabeth had done, what she had promised, and what my return to Maison St. Clair really meant. The debt must be paid, I heard myself say, but the voice that came from my throat wasn't entirely my own. My fingers moved without my volition to touch the locket, and I felt Elizabeth's memories settle into my mind like poison sinking into soil. The roses needed blood to bloom, had always needed blood, and Elizabeth had promised them an endless supply, sealed with the lives of those she judged guilty. But when her own sins grew too heavy, she'd made a new bargain. Her own bloodline would return, generation after generation, to pay the debt and keep the roses fed. I was the last of that bloodline. The roses had called me home. Through the windows I could see the moon hanging red and swollen in the sky, its light painting the conservatory in shades of blood and shadow. The portraits of Elizabeth that lined the walls seemed to pulse with inner light, and in each one her smile grew wider, her eyes more triumphant. The locket at my throat beat like a second heart, pumping Elizabeth's memories through my veins until I couldn't tell where her thoughts ended and mine began. I remembered the first killing, a man who cheated Elizabeth's family, whose blood had fed the first roses. I remembered the second, the third, the dozen that followed, each death justified by Elizabeth's twisted sense of justice. I remembered the moment she realized her own guilt outweighed those she'd judged, and the bargain she'd struck to protect herself. Her own bloodline would inherit both house and curse, drawn back to feed the roses until there was no one left to return. The dark liquid had reached my waist now, but I no longer felt the urge to escape it. Elizabeth's memories had taken root, her purpose becoming mine with each beat of the locket against my chest. The roses needed blood to bloom, and the St. Clair women had always provided it. That was our duty, our curse, our inheritance. I rose slowly to my feet, the bloodied fabric of my nightgown clinging to my skin. In the portrait, Elizabeth's painted eyes met mine with shared understanding. The silver gardening knife I'd seen in my vision, her vision, our vision, gleamed on a nearby table, its blade still sharp after all these years. The debt must be paid, I whispered, reaching for the knife. The roses watched with their blood-dark blooms, waiting for the next sacrifice. In the portrait, Elizabeth's smile matched my own, and I knew with certainty that I would not be the last St. Clair daughter to answer the rose's call. The night stretched endless before me, thick with the smell of roses and blood, as I stepped out of the conservatory to begin my inherited work. The portraits of Elizabeth followed my progress through the house, their painted eyes alight with triumph, knowing that her bargain would be honored for at least one more generation. In the conservatory behind me, the roses bloomed impossibly red, drinking in the moonlight and waiting for the fresh blood that would keep them alive for another generation. And somewhere in the depths of my borrowed memories, I heard Elizabeth laugh. The Hitchhiker's Curse. Ever start dating someone where everything feels a little too good to be true? At first it's magical. You're floating on cloud 9, thinking maybe, just maybe, you hit the jackpot. But then the doubts creep in. Nobody's that perfect, right? And even if they were, why would someone so flawless pick you? Your mind starts playing games, convincing you there's a dark secret lurking beneath their charm. Maybe those cute little quirks that make you laugh now will drive you insane later. Or maybe there's something much darker, a drug problem, a secret family, or God forbid, a shady past involving a murder weapon and an uncontrollable rage. It's human nature to look for cracks even when everything seems unbreakable. I didn't expect to face those cracks so soon. After just 2 months of dating, Emily, not her real name, suggested we take a 1,000-mile road trip. She thought it would be romantic. I thought it would be a prison sentence. Don't get me wrong, I liked her, a lot, but something about being stuck together for hours on end made me uneasy. Still, I agreed. What could go wrong? The first 100 miles felt like a dream. We sang to the radio, laughed until our sides hurt, and shared goofy confessions. She teased me relentlessly when she found out I knew every word to Skater Boy. I teased her back for not knowing Bohemian Rhapsody. By all accounts, it was perfect. Then we saw the hitchhiker. Emily spotted him first, a man in a press suit standing by the freeway ramp, waving his thumb like he was hailing a cab. "Let's give him a ride," she said, her hand squeezing mine. I didn't even slow down. "No way, we don't know him. For all we know, he could rob us, or worse." "He doesn't look dangerous," she replied, peering at him through the side mirror. "He's wearing a suit, for God's sake." "That just means he's already robbed someone," I muttered, gripping the wheel tighter. The guy gave me the creeps. He didn't even have a sign or luggage, just a strained smile and a wild, frantic wave. Emily sighed, but let it go. For a while we drove in silence, the tension between us thickening. But then, 20 miles later, we saw him again. The same man. This time his suit was streaked with dirt, and his face looked drawn, almost desperate. Emily noticed him first again. "How is he here already?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. "I don't know, and I don't care," I snapped. "Let's just keep going." But I did care. My stomach knotted as we passed him, my grip on the wheel tightening. Emily, however, couldn't stop glancing back. The unease turned into a low-grade argument. She accused me of being heartless. I accused her of being reckless. We bickered until we both agreed to drop it, but the tension hung in the air like a storm cloud. Another 30 miles passed, and there he was again. Only this time he looked worse. His jacket was gone, his shirt torn, and blood seeped through the fabric over his stomach. He stumbled along the roadside, his movements erratic, almost mechanical. Emily begged me to stop, but my instincts screamed at me to keep going. "We have to help him," she cried, her voice cracking. "No, we don't." "Something's wrong here," I said through gritted teeth. She didn't care about my gut feeling. I didn't care about hers. The argument reached a fever pitch when she grabbed the wheel, nearly sending us into the ditch. We drove the next 50 miles in cold, angry silence. Then we saw him again, face down on the side of the road. His shirt and jacket were gone, revealing long, bloody gashes across his back, like claw marks. Emily jumped out before I could stop her, kneeling beside the body. She looked up at me, her eyes burning with rage. "He's dead," she said. "Can I call the police, or is that too much of an inconvenience for you?" I nodded, numb. I couldn't process what was happening. While she waited for the police, I filled the gas tank, my mind racing. What the hell was going on? The cops asked a few questions, but neither of us mentioned that we'd seen him alive, multiple times. How could we explain it without sounding insane? We got back on the road, but the damage was done. Emily stared out the window, refusing to speak. I kept driving, desperate to end the trip. The sun dipped below the horizon and darkness swallowed the road. Emily eventually fell asleep, her head resting against the window. She looked peaceful. like nothing had happened. I wanted to believe we could still salvage things. That was until she woke up screaming. "In the back seat!" she yelled, her voice raw with terror. I glanced in the rearview mirror. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then I saw him, the hitchhiker. His skin was gray, his body covered in dried blood and deep wounds. He was leaning forward, his eyes glinting in the dark as he stared directly at me. "Get off the road!" Emily screamed, clutching my arm. "I can't! Get him out!" I shouted back, my voice shaking. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel as I tried to keep control. The hitchhiker didn't move. He just cocked his head, almost curiously, like he was studying me. Then he lunged, his filthy hands wrapped around Emily's throat, his fingers sinking into her skin like it was clay. She thrashed, her fists smashing against the windows. I slammed on the brakes, but the car didn't stop fast enough. When I finally flung open the door and ran to the back seat, they were both gone. No hitchhiker, no Emily, just an empty car streaked with blood and shards of broken glass. I searched for hours, calling her name into the endless night. Nothing. When I finally gave up, I got back in the car, my mind numb. I decided to drive home, to forget this nightmare and pretend none of it ever happened. But then, a few miles down the road, I saw her. Emily, standing by the shoulder, clean, unhurt, smiling, her thumb outstretched in the dim glow of my headlights. Now I'm parked here, writing this. I don't know what to do. If I stop, what happens? If I drive past, will she catch up anyway? One thing's certain. I'm not alone on this road anymore. My wife has a removable face. I've never glimpsed what lies beneath it, but my best friend has. Samantha told me about it on our third date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. "There's something you need to know," she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. I'm not ready for a relationship. Nothing to do with you, of course. It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear, because I was already crazy about her. "Okay," I said. "I have a removable face." That's a new one. "You have a what now?" I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. "I have a removable face." Is that like a metaphor or something? No, my face is literally removable. Look, closely. She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. You can see the seam. After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. "Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that," said Samantha. "I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you and I want to take the next step, but this is non-negotiable." "Okay," I said, unsure of what was happening. "Not a problem. So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good." "There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never, ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand?" Yes. Got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face." Samantha stood up. "Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. but if you're gone, I'll understand." She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle rotting away. Could I kiss her, if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were, under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled, and I was in love. We dated. We moved in together. We decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural. But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it. About what, if anything, had happened. About how it was possible to make the removable face look so real. About what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me, unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it. You know I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once, I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor's party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together and visited each other at college often, and spent the summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions, most of which I couldn't answer. "What's underneath?" "I don't know, man. I don't know." "Doesn't that drive you crazy, not knowing?" I shrugged. "Lots of stuff I don't know. Don't know how to do calculus, and I don't know what happens when we die." "But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look. Like, you could set a camera up in the bathroom. That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know." I sighed. "Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her a million times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love." Chris laughed. "You telling me to respect a woman? Up is down now." Then we fell back into talking about old times as a new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other, as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. "God damn it," I groaned. "I have to make a work call." "Seriously?" said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. "On a Saturday night?" "My biggest client, baby. Sorry." "It is what it is, I guess," said my wife. "I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out for a bit?" Chris smiled. "I'll be fine. Got my beer, got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy-ass husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy." I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. "Don't come in," screamed Samantha. "I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked." She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified, and I wanted to rush into the bathroom, but I knew suddenly that that would be a mistake. I knew suddenly that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris staggered backwards out of the bathroom. He was holding a straightened-out paperclip, which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now he was stabbing it again and again into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself. "Call an ambulance," my wife screamed. "Don't come in here. He looked." I turned and ran back to the side yard where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hung up on him and called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done hastily, and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a psychiatric hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind and mostly catatonic, except when he slips into a violent, babbling mania. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of psychedelic mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, we would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again, and what after that? I had no idea, and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what the consequences of refusal were. I did get a follow-up call from the police, asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of psilocybin in Chris's blood, though that's not unheard of, since it has a short half-life. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's truly the least of my concerns. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always crooked now. It is beginning to smell a little bit. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. He knew, I said. I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. This is not on you, baby. Please, talk to me. Not on me? That one look at my face makes people insane? Please, I just need some time alone. As for me, I am doing my best to hold it together. Do you know what's strange, though? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. More curious than ever, really.
The mirror room.
I should have known something was wrong the moment I stepped into my grandmother's house. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like it was pregnant with secrets that had gestated in the darkness during the decade the place stood empty. But grief has a way of dulling your senses, of making you dismiss the warning signals your primitive brain sends screaming through your synapses. The house had been in our family for generations, passing from mother to daughter in an unbroken chain, until it reached my grandmother, Eleanor Pierce. She was the one who broke tradition, skipping my mother entirely and leaving it to me in her will. Mom tried to hide her hurt, but I saw it in the tight lines around her mouth when the lawyer read the paperwork. She always did favor you, Diana, she'd said, her voice brittle as dead leaves. Ever since you were little. I didn't remember being particularly close to my grandmother. My childhood memories of her were sparse and strange, fragments of moments that didn't quite fit together. The smell of lavender and furniture polish. The way she'd watch me for hours as I played, her dark eyes intent behind her wire-rimmed glasses. How she'd insisted on brushing my hair exactly 100 strokes every night I stayed over, counting each one in a whisper. The house stood 3 stories tall, a Victorian monstrosity of steep gables and ornate woodwork, gone gray with age. The previous owners had covered every available wall space with mirrors, dozens of them, in frames of carved wood and tarnished gilt. My grandmother had kept them all, adding more of her own over the years, until the house became a maze of reflected light and shadow. I'd planned to sell it initially. The real estate market was hot, and a restored Victorian in this neighborhood would fetch enough to pay off my student loans with plenty left over for a down payment on a condo. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the way the house seemed to wake up when I walked through it that first day, like a cat opening one eye to watch an intruder. Or maybe it was the discovery of my grandmother's journals, stacked neatly in her desk drawer, their pages filled with her spidery handwriting and strange diagrams. So I moved in, telling myself it was temporary, just long enough to sort through her belongings and get the place ready for sale. The first few days were uneventful, filled with the mundane tasks of settling in. I cleaned, organized, called contractors about updating the ancient electrical system. If the mirrors sometimes caught my eye at odd moments, if I occasionally glimpsed movement in them when I was alone, I blamed it on stress and an overactive imagination. But then the lag started. I noticed it one morning as I was brushing my teeth. I dropped my hand and my reflection took a fraction of a second too long to follow. Just a tiny hesitation, barely perceptible, but once I'd seen it, I couldn't unsee it. It happened again while I was getting dressed. my reflection's movements slightly out of sync, like a video with mismatched audio. I started avoiding the mirrors, keeping my eyes down as I passed them. But in a house like this, that was nearly impossible. They were everywhere. Tall pier glasses in the hallways, elaborate vanities in every bedroom. Even small decorative mirrors worked into the wainscoting, and they all seemed to be watching me. The lag got worse. A second, then two, then longer. Sometimes my reflection would continue moving after I'd stopped, its movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet being manipulated by an unskilled hand. I started covering the mirrors with sheets, but every morning I'd find them uncovered again, the fabric folded neatly on the floor. That's when I found the second set of journals, hidden behind a loose panel in the master bedroom. These were different from the ones in the desk. The handwriting was the same, but the content. My grandmother's elegant script filled page after page with ravings about the other side and the watchers in the glass. She wrote about experiments with mirrors, about creating doorways and passages, about things that could cross over if given the chance. The final entry was dated 3 days before her death. It's too late now. They're coming through. I see them in every reflection, my other selves, wearing my face like a mask that doesn't quite fit. They're hungry for this side, for the solidity of flesh and the warmth of blood. I should have listened to Mother's warnings about the mirrors, should have remembered why she made me promise never to hang them in pairs, never to create infinite reflections. The recursion gives them power, gives them paths to follow, and now they've found me. I hear them scratching at the glass at night, testing the boundaries. I'm sorry, Diana. I tried to protect you, to keep you away from this house and its secrets. But they chose you long ago, when you were small. I saw it in the way they watched you through the mirrors. They want your face, your youth. I'm leaving you the house because I have no choice. The mirrors won't let anyone else take possession. Just remember, don't look too long at your reflection. Don't trust what you see. And whatever you do, don't let them catch you watching when they step through. I should have left then. Should have run as far and as fast as I could. But something held me there. A combination of curiosity and compulsion that felt uncomfortably like addiction. I started spending hours studying my reflection, noting the subtle wrongness that crept in day by day. The way my smile didn't quite reach my eyes. The unnaturally fluid way my head would turn when I wasn't paying attention. The hungry look that crossed my face when I glanced away. Last night it finally happened. I was standing in front of the full-length mirror in my grandmother's bedroom, my bedroom now, when my reflection stopped moving. I held perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, as it slowly turned its head to look directly at me. Its eyes were wrong, too dark and too deep, like wells that went down forever. It smiled, showing too many teeth. Then it took a step forward, pressing against the glass from the other side. I tried to run, but my muscles wouldn't respond, could only watch in horror as the surface of the mirror rippled like water, and my reflection reached through. Its hand was cold when it touched my face, its fingers leaving trails of numbness wherever they made contact. "Thank you for watching us for so long," it whispered in my voice, "for making us strong enough to cross over. We've been waiting centuries for someone like you, someone young and beautiful and so wonderfully alone." I felt a tugging sensation, like my skin was being slowly peeled away. Tried to scream, but no sound came out. The last thing I saw was my own face smiling at me as everything went dark, This morning my mother called. She was worried because I hadn't been answering my phone. I assured her I was fine, just busy settling into the house. She seemed relieved, but something in her voice was off. She asked if I was feeling all right, said I sounded different. I told her I had a slight cold, then made an excuse to hang up. The mirror in the hallway caught my eye as I lowered the phone. My reflection winked at me even though I hadn't moved. I should feel horrified, I suppose. Should be fighting against this invasion of my body, this theft of my life. But the truth is, I'm fascinated. The world looks so different from this side of the glass. Everything is sharper, clearer, more real somehow. And I'm not alone anymore. I can see my other selves in every reflection, hundreds of versions of me stretching into infinity. They're teaching me things, showing me secrets about the house, about the mirrors, about the spaces in between. Sometimes I catch glimpses of the real Diana, trapped behind the glass. She pounds on the surface, her mouth open in a silent scream. But she's fading more each day, becoming transparent, becoming nothing. Soon, she'll be gone completely, and I'll have this life, this body, this world all to myself. Well, not quite to myself. There are so many mirrors in this house after all, so many reflections, so many doorways, and we're all so very, very hungry. The police report would later note several strange details about Diana Pierce's disappearance. How all the mirrors in her grandmother's house had shattered simultaneously on the night she was last seen. How they found her grandmother's journals, filled with increasingly paranoid ramblings about reflections and doppelgangers. How the only trace they ever found of Diana was a single bloody fingerprint on a fragment of mirror. A fingerprint that was hers, but reversed, like a reflection. The house stands empty now, its windows dark and shuttered. But sometimes, if you walk past at night, you might catch a glimpse of movement behind the boards, a flash of pale faces, of hungry eyes, of too wide smiles. And if you look too long, you might notice something else, how your own reflection seems to lag slightly behind your movements, how it watches you with an expression you've never worn, how it smiles when you turn away. Epilogue. 3 months later, Detective Sarah Chen stared at the crime scene photos spread across her desk, trying to make sense of the pattern. 3 disappearances in the past month, all within a 5-block radius of the old Pierce house. The victims had nothing in common except for one detail that kept appearing in witness statements. In the days before they vanished, each had complained about problems with mirrors, reflections that moved wrong, faces that weren't quite right. She picked up the most recent photo, a bathroom mirror from the last victim's house. The glass was shattered, but one fragment remained intact. Something about the angle of the photo caught her eye. She leaned closer, squinting at the reflected image. For a moment, she could have sworn she saw multiple faces looking back at her, all wearing her features, but twisted into expressions of malevolent glee. Then she blinked, and it was just her own tired face in the glossy surface of the photograph. She rubbed her eyes, telling herself it was just fatigue playing tricks on her mind. But as she gathered the photos to leave for the night, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with her reflection in her office window. Had her hand moved a fraction of a second too slowly? Had her head turned at an angle she hadn't intended? And why did her smile look so strange, so hungry, in the darkened glass? She reached for her phone to call for backup, but her reflection reached for something else entirely. The last thing Sarah Chen saw was her own face pressing through the window glass, wearing an expression of inhuman delight. The next morning, her partner would notice something odd about her behavior, about the way she moved as if her skin didn't quite fit. But by then it would be far too late. The mirrors were spreading their hunger, you see, and they had so many reflections left to fill. Author's note: if you're reading this, you might be tempted to dismiss it as fiction. That would be wise, safer. But the next time you catch your reflection moving strangely, or see a face in the mirror that's not quite yours, remember this story. Remember Diana Pierce and Sarah Chen and all the others whose names we'll never know. And whatever you do, don't look too closely at your reflection. Don't study the way it moves, the expressions it wears when it thinks you're not watching. Don't give it time to notice your attention, your fascination, because the mirrors are always hungry, and they've been watching you for so very, very long, just waiting for you to look back.